problems, make sure that you let the lawyers know, okay?
Okay.
So for the record, then I am ordering that you return on your subpoena for next Monday, July 11th at 9:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Okay, appreciate your time. All right, I'm going to step out. We'll bring the jurors in unless there's any other issues. And there's no, I know we have the witness who's going to resume the witness stand. You can do that now if you like, Ms. Vida. Are there any other potential witnesses in the courtroom now? There you go. And to be clear, because I see somebody looking at their cell phone and all other electronic devices need to be turned off unless pre-approved by the court. All right, we're going to bring the jurors in. When they do come in, if everybody can please stand.
Please rise.
Good morning. You're welcome to be seated. Okay, we're back on the record in the presence of the jury. It's now 8:39. Thank you very much for being here on time. It's just very, very helpful, and we do appreciate it. We will also continue to respect your time. Okay? Okay, and I just want to remind the witness that she's still under oath. And Mr. Wren, you're welcome to continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Fidek, yesterday we were talking about the fact that you had conducted a search, an initial walkthrough at least, of Heather Frank's apartment in Greeley on the 16th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were also telling us that you came back the next day and conducted a more thorough search, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so I want to start by talking about that more thorough search on the 17th then. Initially, we saw pictures yesterday of the rubber black mat or rug that was just off of the entryway into the living room, correct?
That is correct.
On the 17th, did you pull back that black rug?
We actually pulled back that black rug on the evening of the 16th.
Okay, and what did you see?
I saw one large reddish-brown stain that was surrounded by a white powder in the carpet.
Did you, on the 17th, or maybe on the night of the 16th, I don't know. In the area right next to that stain on the carpet, is there a couch?
There is.
What, if anything, did you see on the vertical surface of the sofa?
On the vertical surface of the sofa, I also saw reddish-brown stains that were consistent with the appearance of blood.
Did you do anything once you observed the stain and the white powdery substance on the carpet once you pulled back the black mat?
On the carpet where we saw the reddish-brown stain, Criminal Asylum and I in tandem conducted a presumptive test for the presence of blood, and that presumptive test, which was a phenolphthalein test, yielded a color change that was consistent with the presence of the substance being blood.
All right. What did you do with that area of the carpet next?
We removed the carpet.
Okay. And then under the carpet is typically some padding, correct?
That is correct.
And was that stained as well?
The carpet pad was stained, and we observed 2 stains on the carpet foam or the carpet pad.
Okay. Did you remove the carpet padding?
We did.
What did you see underneath?
On the wooden subfloor underneath the carpet and carpet pad, we observed 3 stains that were reddish-brown in color, 2 of which were consistent with the presence of blood.
Now going back to the sofa that is immediately next to that stain, just off of the entryway, you identified observing some stains on the vertical face of that couch, correct?
That is correct.
What did you do with that?
We removed the vertical surface of the couch by cutting away the fabric on that vertical surface directly underneath the arm of the couch.
May I approach her?
Yes.
And again, do I have standing permission?
You do.
Thank you. Ms. Fedak, I'm showing you what's been marked for identifications, People's Exhibits 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36. Take a moment and look at those photos. Do you recognize the scene depicted in each of those photos?
I do.
What are those pictures of?
These are pictures taken immediately inside of the entryway on the carpet where the reddish-brown stain was located, and also of the vertical surface of the couch.
And are each of those fair and accurate depictions of the floor and couch as you observed them on the evening of the 16th and into the 17th?
Yes.
People would offer exhibits 30 through 36 inclusive into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
30 through 36 inclusive are admitted into evidence.
All right.
You're welcome to publish if you wish.
Thank you. If we could pull up 30, please. If you could describe what we're looking at here, please.
In this picture, we are looking toward the front door, and at the bottom of the photograph is the black rubber mat that we saw depicted in photographs yesterday. Underneath the mat is the reddish-brown stain that I described as being observed on the carpet, surrounded by the white powder that was observed embedded in the carpet.
And could you tell what that white powder was?
I could not.
Okay. right, if we could pull up 31, please. And that's just a closer view of that same area, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. 32, please. If you could describe what has changed from the previous photos to these.
This is a photograph of the same area. However, the carpet and carpet pad have been removed from the area surrounding the stain. This stain on the right-hand side is the area immediately underneath the stain we just saw that was covered in carpet. And the area to the left on the photograph is the vertical surface of the couch that was removed where the fabric was cut.
There's a second stain on the subfloor there as well, is that correct?
That is correct. So I previously stated that 3 stains were observed on the subfloor that were reddish-brown in color. 1, 2, and 3 on the far left. These 2 stains right here were the 2 that tested consistent with the presence of blood.
Okay. And 33. And again, just closer view of that same stain or stains, correct?
That is correct.
34, please. This is the vertical area of the sofa directly next to the stain on the subfloor, is that correct?
That is correct. And for orientation, the left-hand side of the photograph is the front of the sofa. The right-hand side of the photograph is the part of the sofa that is against the wall.
There are some paper towels in the lower right-hand side of that photograph. Were those items that you placed there, or were those there originally?
These items are specifically toilet paper right here. There were also paper towels on the other side of the living room. These items were located here when we arrived.
Okay. 30.
35.
Is that? Yeah, 35. Is this a photograph of the back side of that same couch?
This is correct. So by backside, this is still the same vertical surface. However, this is the portion of the couch that is directly against the wall.
What are you attempting to document in this photograph?
The reddish-brown stains that were consistent with the appearance of blood.
Can you point out where those are?
There are stains all the way on the left-hand side. There are stains located here. And there are also stains directly by the scale.
And 36, please. What are we observing here?
In this photograph, we are looking at the scene after the items had been removed to include the vertical surface of the couch where the stains had been located, the carpet and carpet pad, and the 2 stains that were on the subfloor that tested consistent with the presence of blood, a portion of the tack strip between the carpet and the tile that was saturated with the same reddish-brown stain that was consistent with the presence of blood. And then we described a storage area yesterday. This rubber tote was removed from the storage area, and this photograph better illustrates where that storage area was located to the left of where that tote is at.
Yesterday, we also talked about the fact that there was some damage done to the doorway and then some pots immediately behind the doorway that occurred during law enforcement's entry into the apartment for purposes of the search warrant, correct?
That is correct.
And can you see some of the damage that you were talking about?
Yes. There is a piece of board here and a piece of the door jamb here. And you can see a little bit of that damage here that was reported to me as being from entry into the apartment. And there are some broken flower pots located behind these shoes here that were also broken and reported to me as being caused by the entry into the apartment.
What type of shoes are those?
Those appear to be snow boots and tennis shoes.
Now showing you what's been marked for identifications, People's Exhibits 205, 206, and 209. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
And are each of those photos, well, let's start with 205 and 206. Do those photos fairly and accurately depict, again, areas of the apartment as you observed them on the 16th and 17th?
They do.
People would offer 205 and 206 into evidence?
Any objection?
No.
205 and 206 are admitted into evidence.
Sorry, Judge. 209, then, you had talked about some Walmart bags that were on the floor in the living room next to the coffee table yesterday.
Yes.
And then there were some miscellaneous items inside those bags you had testified to. Do you recognize what is depicted in 209 as one of the items that was inside those bags?
I do.
Okay. And what is it?
It is a box for a Samsung Galaxy J3 Orbit cell phone.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed inside that one of the Walmart bags in the living room next to the coffee table?
It is.
People would offer 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
209 is admitted.
If we could publish 205, please.
205?
Yes. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the storage space that was previously described, located near the front entrance of the apartment. On the left-hand side of the photograph is that wicker coat stand or hat stand for reference. And then to the left is the coat closet area, and straight back is the area that was being used as a storage space with totes and cleaning products.
And in the previous photo, you identified some snow boots that were in the picture. Do you see those there appear to be some snow boots there at the bottom of that photograph. Are those the same boots or different boots?
Those are the same boots.
And in terms of style, did they appear to be men's or women's?
They appear to be consistent with women's snow boots.
206, please. What are you documenting in this photograph?
This photograph is a picture of the coffee table located in the living room of the apartment. And this is a general photograph showing the blankets on the couch, the contents of the coffee table, and the items located near the coffee table.
Okay, you previously identified some toilet paper that was near the couch near the entryway. Is that toilet paper that we see in that photograph as well, or are those paper towels?
These are paper towels located near the coffee table. The toilet paper was located near the arm of the couch that has the blue throw.
And there appears to be a green jug at the bottom of the photograph. Do you recall what that was?
The green jug is a container of Gain laundry detergent.
And the Samsung phone that you described in one of the previous photos, where was that located?
The Samsung phone or the Samsung phone packaging?
Thank you for that clarification. The packaging that was in the Walmart bag for a Samsung phone, where was that?
The Walmart bag containing the phone packaging is located to the very left of the photograph. near the couch and the throw pillows.
And then there's some additional bags there next to the coffee table. What were in those?
Those bags contained feminine hygiene products, other miscellaneous products that I do not distinctly recall, and then an empty Crown Royal bottle.
And if we could pull up 209, please. And that's just the packaging that was in the bag that you just described earlier?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibits 133 and 134.
Steve, can I see it, please? Thank you, Steve.
Starting with 133, do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it?
This is a white Google cell phone that was in a black protective case and a burgundy wraparound leather case.
And how is it that you recognize that item?
This was a cell phone that was collected from the coffee table and placed into a protective static shield bag.
Was that logged into evidence under the unique police department case number for this case?
It was.
By yourself?
Yes.
And then 134, do you recognize that as an item that you also logged in this case?
I do.
What is it?
This is an iPhone that was in a black OtterBox case, also collected from the coffee table.
When you say coffee table, you're referring to the coffee table in Heather Frank's apartment?
Yes.
People would offer exhibits 133 and 134 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
133 and 134 are admitted into evidence.
I'm now showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 159. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it?
This is the black mat with the rubber backing that was from the front entrance of Miss Frank's apartment.
And was this item logged into evidence by yourself?
It was.
People would offer Exhibit 159 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
159 is admitted.
Now showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 160. Do you recognize this item as well?
I do.
What is it?
This is the carpet cutting that was collected from the front area of Miss Frank's apartment that had the reddish brown stain.
Did you log this item into evidence under the unique Sheriff's Office case number?
Yes.
People would offer Exhibit 160 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
160 is admitted into evidence.
now showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 161. Same questions. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the carpet foam cutting with the 2 presumptive positive blood stains from near the front entrance of Ms. Frank's apartment.
People would offer 161 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
161 is admitted into evidence.
Council, I'm now presenting you with what's been ratified application as People's Exhibit 162. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
This is the vertical surface from a portion of the left side panel of the sofa in the living room of Ms. Frank's apartment.
People would offer Exhibit 162 in evidence.
Any objection?
No.
162 is admitted.
And I'm showing you what's been marked by identification as People's Exhibit 164. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
And this is a pillow cover from one of the couch cushions that was marked as tent number 8 from the sofa at Ms. Frank's apartment that also contained reddish-brown stains consistent with the appearance of blood.
Do you recall which side of the sofa that pillow cover was collected from?
This was one of the vertical cushions that was closest to the front entrance on the couch that was in the closest proximity to the same vertical surface that we observed in the photographs.
People would offer 164.
Any objection?
Sorry.
No.
Okay. People would offer Exhibit 164 in evidence.
164 is admitted.
Now presenting you with what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 165. What is that?
This is gray duct tape that was collected from a basket on the kitchen counter in Ms. Frank's apartment.
Did you collect that item as well?
I did.
Mark it into evidence?
Yes.
People would offer 165 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
165 is admitted.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 166. Is that also an item that you recovered from Heather Frank's apartment?
It is.
What is it?
This is a black wallet that had miscellaneous cards bearing Heather Frank's name that was collected from the kitchen counter in Ms. Frank's apartment.
People would offer 165 in evidence?
166, you mean?
Excuse me, 166, thank you.
Any objection?
No.
166 is admitted.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibits 200 and 201, which are both envelopes. Do you recognize what is inside People's Exhibit 200?
Yes.
What is it?
These are 2 DNA swabs that were collected from the stain that was marked as AA, which was the smaller of those 2 presumptive positive blood stains on the subfloor near the front entrance of Ms. Frank's apartment.
Okay. And is that collected for purposes of later DNA testing?
They are.
Okay. And do you recognize what is in the envelope that has been marked as 201?
I do.
What is that?
These are 2 DNA swabs that were collected from the stain marked as AB, which was the larger of the 2 stains on the subfloor near the entrance of Ms. Frank's apartment.
People would offer Exhibits 200 and 201 into evidence?
Any objection?
No.
200 and 201 are admitted into evidence.
All right, now I want to move forward a little bit more in the investigation and turn your attention to February 18th of 2020. On that date, did you execute a search warrant of a Subaru Crosstrek in the vehicle bay at Larimer County Sheriff's Office?
I believe that search warrant was executed on the 19th.
Did I get that date wrong? Okay, thank you. And did it take place at the Larimer County Sheriff's Office?
It did.
And do you recall the license plate number of the vehicle that you searched on that date?
I would need to refer to my report to reference the specific license plate number.
If that'll help you refresh your memory, you're welcome to do that.
Okay. The license plate number of the Subaru Crosstrek that I searched was ATI 673.
Did you note any damage to the exterior of that vehicle?
I did. There was specifically damage to the front passenger bumper and the front passenger fog light.
Was the vehicle properly sealed prior to you executing that search warrant?
Yes.
Describe the conditions of the rear seats.
The rear seats on the passenger side of the vehicle, so the rear passenger seat and the rear center seat, were folded forward in a way that could potentially expand the cargo area of the vehicle.
Okay. And then was there one rear seat that remained upright such that a person could sit in the back seat?
Yes, so the rear driver's side seat was upright so that a person could be seated in that seat.
Okay. And did you search the contents of that vehicle?
I did.
And did you photograph various items as you located them as well?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibits 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 208, and 210. You can just take a moment to look through those photographs.
That was 40 through 45, 208, 209, 210?
There should be 41 through 47 there. Is that correct, Ms. Spitak? Excuse me, 40 through 47.
40 through 47. Okay, thank you.
And then 208, 209, and 210.
Yes, that is what I have.
Have you had an opportunity to look through that pack of photographs?
Yes.
And are each of those photographs, are they documenting the execution of the search warrant of the Subaru Crosstrek on February 19th, 2020?
They are.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed at that time?
Yes.
People would offer exhibits 40 through 47 inclusive, as well as 208, 209, and 210.
Any objection?
No.
40 through 47 inclusive, 208, 209, 210 are admitted into evidence. You're welcome to publish if you wish.
Thank you. First of all, let's talk through a little bit of what you found, and then we'll look at the photographs. Starting with the rear driver's seat footwell, what of note did you locate in that area of the car?
In the rear driver's seat footwell of note, I observed a crossbow and the crossbow bolts or arrows that go along with the crossbow. I also observed an empty Marlboro cigarette pack. And then there were some jumper cables and miscellaneous car cleaning products in that area of the vehicle.
Did you observe anything of note in the center seat area?
In the center seat area, I located a cell phone and also I believe some cell phone packaging was located in that area.
Did you observe a receipt?
I believe the receipt was located in the front area of the vehicle, but I did locate a receipt, yes.
And then what about the rear cargo area of the vehicle?
In the rear cargo area of the vehicle, there was a Budweiser beer box that had empty beer cans in the Budweiser beer box, and there was some miscellaneous clothing throughout the rear area of the vehicle.
Okay, turning to the front compartment of the vehicle, what did you find?
In the front compartment of the vehicle, there were multiple receipts. There was a Marine Corps hat on the front passenger seat. And then underneath the front passenger seat, there was a wooden boomerang. In the center console area, there were 3 pocket knives and also 2 prescription bottles for, I believe, steroids.
Did you locate some vehicle registration inside the car?
Yes, I did.
And who did that vehicle registration belong to?
The vehicle registration bear the name of Kevin Eastman.
All right. You mentioned that you found some receipts under the driver's seat, I believe you said.
Yes.
Do you recall what those receipts were?
I believe one of those seats was an Old Chicago receipt, and one of those receipts, I believe, was a Best Buy receipt.
All right. Did you find a watch inside the vehicle?
Yes, there was an Apple smartwatch in the center console.
You mentioned that you found some cleaning products in the backs. I think it was the rear passenger area. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
What type of cleaning products were those?
At least one of the bottles was an Armor Roll bottle, and I cannot recall what the other bottle was.
Was there a box of baking soda?
Yes, there was.
Speaker, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 167. Do you recognize the items contained in that package?
I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
These are the 3 pocket knives that were located in the center console of the Subaru Crosstrek.
People would offer Exhibit 167 in evidence.
Any objection?
No.
167 is admitted.
Now showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 168. What is that?
Item 168 is the Best Buy receipt that was from the Loveland Best Buy dated February 15th, 2020 from under the driver's seat in the Subaru Crosstrek.
Does it indicate what was purchased?
The receipt shows that a Verizon prepaid Samsung J7 was purchased.
People would offer Exhibit 168 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
168 is admitted.
And now I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 211, which is another photograph. Do you recognize what is depicted in 211?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the box of baking soda that was located in the vehicle.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what that box looked like on that date?
It is.
People would offer 211 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
211 is admitted.
I'm showing you 4 additional photographs. People's Exhibit 38, 217, 218, and 219.
One more time, please.
38, 217 through 219.
Thank you.
Could have you take a moment and look at those? Starting with 38, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
This is a picture taken at Ms. Frank's apartment of the west wall, showing the fireplace and items that were marked near the fireplace to include 2 Bic lighters and lighter fluid.
When was that photograph taken?
This was taken on the 17th.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what that area of the apartment looked like on that date?
It is.
People would offer 38 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
38 is admitted.
Request to publish.
Sure.
And this would be along the west wall of the apartment, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And to the left are those double doors that lead out into the patio, is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then turning to 217, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
This is a picture taken on the initial walkthrough of Ms. Frank's primary bedroom. It is showing the bed without sheets and the men's and women's clothing on the bed.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that bedroom as you observed it on that date?
It is.
People would offer 217 into evidence.
Objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we would object. It's duplicative. We have already seen that same picture yesterday through Mr. Gilliam.
May I see the photo, please? Actually, I think I may have a contact sheet with that. Give me 1 second. So we're Pursuant to Rule 401 and 403, the objection is overruled. 217 is admitted into evidence.
Looking at 218, did you take that photograph as well?
Yes.
What is it a picture of?
This is a picture of the bottom of one of those snow boots that was seen in the entryway.
And these are the snow boots that you described as being of a women's style, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was in the entryway to Heather Frank's apartment?
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately depict the bottom of that snow boot as you observed it during the course of the search warrant?
Yes.
People would offer 217 into evidence? Or did, no, 218, right?
Is that what you're asking for now? That's 218.
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
218 is admitted.
And if we could publish that? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Looking at 219, do you recognize the photograph there?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a knife that was recovered from the dishwasher at Miss Frank's apartment during that same search warrant. This was on the day of the 17th that had unknown tissue on the knife.
All right. Did it appear as if the dishes in the dishwasher were clean or dirty?
They appeared dirty.
Okay. And was it the tissue that caught your attention on that knife?
Yes.
And is that the purpose for the photograph and the collection of that item?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that item as you observed it during the search warrant?
It is.
People would offer 219 in evidence?
Any objection?
No.
219 is admitted.
Okay. Did you later become aware that Kevin Eastman had been arrested and that the work boots that he was wearing at the time of his arrest had been collected?
I did.
Did you go into evidence and take a photograph of the bottom of those work boots?
I did.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 196. What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the bottom of the work boots that were collected when Mr. Eastman was arrested.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate photo?
Yes.
People would offer 196 into evidence?
Any objection?
No.
196 is admitted into evidence.
Yesterday, we talked about a lot of items that you collected from the autopsy that you attended of Scott Sessions on February 11th, correct?
Correct.
And one item yesterday got overlooked, so I want to go back and talk about that a little bit. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 156. Is that another item that you collected from the autopsy of Scott Sessions on the 11th of February?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a piece of duct tape that was collected from the scene at Pingree Park by coroner's investigator Drake, and custody was transferred to me at the autopsy proceedings.
People would offer 156 in evidence.
Any objection?
No.
156 is admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Fidek. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, please. Thank you. Please have one moment to sit up, please.
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
During these short breaks, if you want to stand and stretch, you're always welcome to, okay?
Good morning.
So let's start off this morning where you left off with Mr. Wren, and that's at the autopsy of Scott Sessions. The autopsy was conducted by Dr. Wilkerson.
Is that a question?
The autopsy was conducted by Dr. Wilkerson, is that correct?
Yes.
And before and during the autopsy, you observed Mr. Sessions' body?
That's a question.
That's a
Yes.
question.
Okay, yes.
I have to ask leading questions.
Okay.
So, and you took detailed notes of your observations,
Yes.
and you also took photographs.
Yes.
And you took careful photos to preserve how Mr. Sessions' body appeared at the time of autopsy,
I did.
including how Mr. Sessions' hands looked.
Yes.
Because Mr. Sessions' hands were obviously injured.
Yes.
Mr. Sessions' hands had multiple wound injuries consistent with bladed weapon injuries,
They did.
consistent with defensive wounds.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, and if you're going to do that regularly, you also have a standing order not to have to ask.
I appreciate that. Thank
Sure.
you. Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit HH. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And that is a picture of you took of Mr. Sessions' hands during the autopsy.
Yes.
And you took that picture because you noticed hair that was on his hand.
I took that picture as part of my thorough documentation of Mr. Sessions' condition of his body, yes.
And part of that thorough documentation was noting what a piece of hair that was on his hands.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the photograph you took of Mr. Sessions' hand with a loose hair on it during the autopsy?
It appears to be a zoomed-in photograph, but it doesn't appear to be a photograph of a hair I took.
And that's the picture you took.
Okay.
I didn't take that picture, correct?
No, you did not.
Okay. Your Honor, this time we move to admit Defense Exhibit HH and request to publish.
Any objection? No. HH is admitted. You're welcome to publish.
And Your Honor, I believe we have a technology issue where, unlike with the prosecution's pictures, our photograph shows here, but it doesn't show in the juror's box. So I would also request, because of the thinness and light-colored nature of the hair, that we pass this picture down and publish physically to the jury as well as we're talking about this.
That's fine.
May I approach, or you said I could, so.
Yes. Why don't you give the photo to Christina and she'll give it to the jurors? I can pass it through. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, Ms. Fedak.
Do you want them to look
Yep,
at?
sure.
If you want to share looking at them two at a time, that may go a little bit faster. And again, all evidence that's been admitted will be going into the jury deliberation room as well.
give it to Ms. Palmer. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Thank you, Christina. So Ms. Fedak, the hair that we're seeing, if you want to take your pointer and point to it, it's laying across Mr. Sessions' right hand and near where the defensive wounds were to his hands.
Yes.
And the hair that we're seeing is in part light in color.
I think that is difficult to tell from this photograph. I would describe it as a medium color.
Okay. And it's certainly longer than, let's say, an inch or so.
Yes.
It's a longer hair.
Yes, consistent with potentially Mr. Sessions' length of hair.
And that's, or Ms. Franks.
Potentially. I'm not familiar with her appearance.
Okay, thank you. Now, using chemical processing, let me take a step back. As a criminalist with the Larimer County Sheriff's Department, you were also assigned to the task of searching Mr. Sessions' vehicle.
Yes.
And searching the vehicle for any evidence.
Yes.
Search or collecting anything of any type of evidentiary value.
Yes.
And the vehicle had been towed to the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, Vehicle Bay 1.
Yes.
And it was towed to preserve any interior evidence.
Interior and exterior.
And before it was towed, it had been secured to preserve the interior.
Yes.
And you were specifically asked to conduct a full forensic processing.
Yes.
An inventory of what was inside the vehicle.
Yes.
As well as taking numerous photographs.
Yes.
And you also used a lint roller to collect possible trace evidence.
Yes.
You also used chemical processing to identify the presence of any blood in the vehicle.
Potential blood.
Potential blood. And you were able to locate one stain that chemically tested positive, presumptive positive for the presence of blood.
Multiple areas that tested potentially.
And what I'm referring to is what you've labeled as stain H.
That was on the floor mat that was outside of the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you use standard methods to limit cross-contaminations when you took DNA swabs of that stain?
I did.
And you preserved those DNA swabs carefully?
Yes.
And you logged those two DNA swabs as DLF 33?
Yes.
DLF 33? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And with that unique identifying number, you logged that into the evidence at the Larimer County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And I've showed the witness what's been marked as Defense Exhibit LL.
Okay.
And is that, or do you recognize what that item is?
I do.
And what is it?
These are two DNA swabs that were taken from a possible blood stain at location H on the driver's floor mat that was found outside of the vehicle, and the vehicle being the Ford Escape.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the swabs that you collected and logged into evidence as DLF 33?
They are.
At this time, we move to admit Defense Exhibit LL.
Any objection?
No.
LL's admitted into evidence.
That wasn't, as you just alluded to, the only type of or only DNA swab testing or collection that you took at Mr. Sessions' vehicle.
Correct.
You collected DNA swabs from areas inside the vehicle where a person most likely driving would touch it.
That is correct.
So you also, or let me ask you this, there was keys in the ignition of the vehicle?
Yes.
And you used standard methods to limit cross-contamination when you took swabs of the key fob on the ignition.
Yes.
Or the keys, excuse me.
Yes.
And you logged those swabs into evidence as well?
Yes.
And you also took DNA swabs of the steer wheel and gear shift that we talked about yesterday?
Yes.
And you logged those into evidence.
Yes,
And you also swabbed the interior driver door handle of the vehicle
I did.
and labeled that swab packet as well and logged that into evidence.
I did.
And you also swabbed the interior front passenger door handle,
I did.
and you entered those swabs into evidence as well.
That is correct.
And last, you also swabbed the interior rear driver's side door handle.
Yes.
And again, you logged those swabs into evidence as
Yes.
well.
Yes.
And you logged or took all these samples and logged all of this evidence into evidence to potentially have tested by a lab in the future.
That is correct.
And in addition to DNA testing or swabbing within the vehicle, you also processed the vehicle for latent fingerprints.
I did.
And to locate fingerprints, you use conventional black and green fluorescing powders.
I used conventional black powder and a fluorescing green powder.
And doing so, you found one location containing prints on the interior metal of the driver's door.
That is not the only print, but that is one location, yes.
One location. And you identified that location as number 1.
Yes,
And you submitted those prints, or you lifted those prints onto a card.
I did.
And that's standard policy and procedure with your agency.
That's standard procedure in general.
In general,
yes.
yep. And you logged those into evidence as well.
Yes, there was also a second print.
Yep, and I'm
located.
getting to that one. You located the second set of prints on top of the interior metal on the front passenger door.
I did.
And you identified that location as number 2.
I did.
And again, you lifted those prints onto a card.
Yes.
And so you had a total of 2 fingerprints that you were able to lift and place onto cards.
Yes.
And you logged both of those into evidence?
I did.
Put this back. Ms. Vidak, what did I just hand you?
These are the 2 latent lifts that were collected from the Ford Escape.
And did you place a unique identification number along with your initials on that envelope?
I did.
And did you do that when you logged that into evidence?
I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the evidence that you logged into evidence with the envelope that you logged into evidence with the 2 latent prints contained inside?
Yes.
At this time, we have moved to admit Defense Exhibit MM.
Any objection?
No.
M is admitted into evidence.
And at the direction of Sergeant Smith, you submitted those latent prints that you lifted from Mr. Sessions' vehicle to the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Lab for comparison quality.
Yes.
And while at Mr. Sessions' autopsy, that meant you also had to obtain his fingerprints.
Yes.
And you had to do that so that the lab could, in the future, compare any prints that you may have collected to Mr. Sessions.
That is correct. Similar to the DNA card that we described yesterday.
Right, because it was his vehicle.
Yes.
I just presented you with Defense Exhibit NN. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is the envelope containing the fingerprints and palm prints that you collected from Mr. Sessions during his autopsy.
That is correct.
And you know that because you have, again, the unique number along with your initials on that envelope.
That is correct.
And it is as it appears as you logged it into evidence.
Yes.
And it's a fair and accurate representation.
Yes.
At this time, we would move to admit Defense Exhibit NN.
Any objection?
No.
N is admitted into evidence.
Okay, so we are going to move now to the work that you did at Ms. Frank's residence.
Okay.
As you were processing the residence, one obvious piece of evidence that you were looking for is any sign of blood.
Yes.
And we heard and saw about the blood that you located by the door, but there was also blood located on kitchen cabinets.
Yes.
You observed a red stain on one of the lower kitchen cabinets,
Yes.
and the red stain on the cabinet was immediately underneath the kitchen sink.
Yes.
And you tested that stain with a chemical known as phenolphthalein.
Yes.
And as we've heard, that chemical test reacts positively to the presence of human blood.
To blood, not
blood in
specifically
general.
human.
And you use that to determine if suspected blood was on the cabinets.
Correct.
And it helps you determine whether or not you should swab and collect the substance further for DNA testing.
That is correct.
And when you tested the stain immediately below the kitchen sink, the test yielded a color consistent with a presumptive positive for the presence of blood.
And I want to be clear that Investigator Enan was the one who did the phenolphthalein test and reported the findings to me.
And you were present.
Yes.
To object is to hearsay.
In effect on the listener, it goes to my next question.
So I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. And so the other officer may have done the phenolphthalein testing, but you did the DNA swabs for that stain.
Correct.
And that was based on what he told you.
Yes.
Thank you. And again, you took DNA or 2 DNA swabs from the stain on the
Yes.
cabinets. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you wait until I'm done?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just want to make sure respectful of Ms. Palmer. And so you took those 2 DNA swabs carefully to avoid any kind of cross-contamination.
Yes.
And you put those in an envelope as well.
Yes.
And I just presented the witness what we've marked as Defense Exhibit 00. And ma'am, that is the envelope containing the 2 DNA swabs that you took from the blood stain on the lower half of the kitchen or the kitchen cabinets underneath the sink.
They are.
And you know that because you identified that envelope as DLF 45 when you logged it into evidence.
That is correct.
And that's a fair and accurate representation of the envelope containing the 2 DNA swabs that you took on the blood stain on the kitchen cabinet.
Yes.
At this time, we have moved to admit Defense Exhibit 00. I'm sorry, 00.
Any objection?
No.
00 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. Could you just have one moment, please?
Sure. Good time to stand and stretch.
And ma'am, that was later also identified as stain AC.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And as part of your walkthrough in the residence, as we heard earlier this morning, you went to the northernmost bedroom,
Yes.
which appeared to be the master bedroom of the residence.
Yes.
Inside of the master bedroom, you observed and noted that the sheets had been stripped from the mattress.
Yes, the mattress was bare.
You also observed a suitcase on the floor.
I did.
You observed a suitcase on the floor with clothing on top of it.
The suitcase was open and there appeared to be clothing inside of it.
Okay. And you took photographs of the suitcase on the floor.
Yes, myself and Criminalist Gillum did.
Okay. Would you recognize those pictures?
Yes.
And you also took pictures of and we'll just do all the pictures at once to save some time. You also took pictures of the blood stain on the front of the kitchen cabinet too.
Yes.
Your Honor, I am showing Ms. Fedak what's been marked as Defense Exhibit JJ1, JJ2, and JJ3, as well as KK1, KK2, and KK3.
Okay.
And we'll start with JJ 1 through 3. Are those fair and accurate representations of the appearance of the blood stain on the kitchen cabinets that you saw in Ms. Frank's apartment?
They are.
This time we would move to admit JJ 1 through 3 and request to publish.
JJ 1 through 3 inclusive are admitted, and you're welcome to publish.
Ms. Fedak, is this the kitchen sink that we're referring to?
It is. This is the kitchen sink inside of Miss Frank's apartment.
Okay. JJ2, please. And is this a picture, or this is a picture of the blood stain on the front of the kitchen cabinet?
It is. The blood stain is indicated by the scale that is marked AC.
And can you please use the pointer to point out the stain to the jury?
Yes. The stain is indicated by the scale. This stain is marked as AC. And for reference, the kitchen sink is directly above and to the left.
And JJ3, please. This is a close-up version of the stain with the scale?
It is.
And now KK1. Are those fair and accurate representation of the appearance of Ms. Frank's master bedroom when you saw it?
Yes.
At this time, we move to admit KK1 through KK3 and request to publish.
Any objection? No. KK 1 through 3 inclusive are admitted. You're welcome to publish.
And this is KK1. In KK1, we see the suitcase.
We do.
And we see clothing on and around it.
We do.
Okay. KK2, please. And is this, if we're looking at the suitcase, this is looking at items to the left of the suitcase as well?
We are.
And we see a purse.
Yes, we see a blue purse and a blue laptop.
Okay, next please, KK3. And this is a close-up of the laptop next to the suitcase with the female clothing on and around it.
Yes.
Thank you. And as you spoke about with Mr. Wren, you also assisted in the processing of the Subaru Crosstrek.
I did.
And you did that on February 18th?
I was assigned on the 18th. The processing occurred on the 19th.
Okay. And the vehicle had been secured immediately after Mr. Eastman was arrested?
To my knowledge, yes.
And was towed securely to the Larimer County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And to make sure the interior of the vehicle was preserved for any evidentiary value, the vehicle had been taped or sealed?
Yes.
And you conducted a very detailed search of the vehicle?
I did.
Consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
A very methodical search of the vehicle?
Yes.
And you made sure to search every part of the vehicle for some sort of, or for any evidentiary value?
Yes.
And you began at the rear compartment cargo area?
Yes.
You moved on to the back seat?
Yes.
And then you moved on to the front portion of the vehicle?
Yes.
And you used a combination of techniques to identify potential stains?
That is correct.
You used regular visual observation?
Yes.
You also used alternative light source observation?
Yes.
And during your examination of Mr. Eastman's vehicle, you searched the center console,
Yes.
And in the center console, you located a black Apple smartwatch,
Yes.
and you logged that into evidence.
I did.
And Mr. Wren asked you about what you found in the rear seat area of the vehicle, and you mentioned you found a phone.
Yes.
And that phone was a silver Apple iPhone,
Yes.
and it had a red case.
It did.
And you collected that and logged that into evidence as well.
Yes.
And I've handed the witness what we've labeled as Defense Exhibit PP. And that is the silver iPhone in the red colored case that you located in the rear seat area of Mr. Eastman's vehicle during the search warrant.
That is correct.
And you know that because it has your initials followed by the unique number 75 that you used to log this item into evidence.
Yes.
And it's a fair and accurate representation of the phone that you found in the back seat of Mr. Eastman's vehicle that was silver in color with a red case.
Yes.
At this time, we move to admit Defense Exhibit PP.
Any objection? No. Exhibit P is admitted into evidence. Welcome to publish.
I'm not going to request to publish because it's just the phone, so
Okay.
Thank you. And as we just talked about, you carefully were looking for any type of stains in Mr. Eastman's vehicle,
Yes.
just like you did in Mr. Sessions' vehicle,
Correct.
because you were trying to locate any potential blood.
Yes.
And you did find one stain in Mr. Eastman's vehicle that had an odor of petroleum-based fuel.
Yes.
And you were aware that Mr. Eastman was arrested at a gas station,
That is correct.
at a gas pump specifically.
Yes.
You were aware that Mr. Eastman was attempting to fill a gas can at the time of his arrest.
I was.
You also located 7 stains in various other portions of the vehicle.
Yes. Some of which were consistent with potential blood, some of which were unusual stains that required further testing.
Okay. And you use, again, the phenolphthalein reagent chemical testing on those stains.
Yes.
You tested each one of those 7 stains in Mr. Eastman's vehicle.
I did.
And all 7 of those stains failed to yield a color change consistent with a presumptive positive result for the presence of blood.
Yes. In the screening test, they did.
And during your search of Mr. Eastman's vehicle, you did not locate a stain that was consistent with a large bloodletting event.
No, not a large bloodletting event.
There was no evidence that anyone was killed in Mr. Eastman's vehicle.
No.
In addition to the items that you mentioned on direct examination with Mr. Wren, you also located a variety of clothing in Mr. Eastman's vehicle.
Yes.
You located a Clearwater Products baseball style hat.
Yes.
You located a green Carhartt branded hooded shirt or sweatshirt.
Yes.
In examining the sweatshirt, you noted it having multiple unknown stains.
That is correct.
You also located a black Ariat branded hooded shirt with a Clearwater product logo on it.
Yes.
You located a pair of Cinch brand blue jeans, size 36-34.
Yes.
And in the cargo compartment of Mr. Eastman's vehicle, you located even more miscellaneous men's clothing.
That is correct.
A size large brown Carhartt jacket.
Yes.
A 2LX black Carhartt brand hooded jacket.
Yes.
A dark colored motorcycle jacket.
Yes.
A size 3LX black hooded Ariat brand shirt.
Yes.
None of those items that we just mentioned had any noticeable amount of blood on them.
Not a significant amount of blood. No.
Okay. None of those items appear to be saturated in blood.
That is correct.
None of those items appear to consistent with being near a massive bloodletting event.
That is correct.
And you logged all of those items into evidence.
Yes.
And you also located a pair of gray overalls with a Patterson UTI Drilling Company LLC logo on the chest.
Yes.
And you noted brown debris on those overalls.
I did.
And you tested that with your phenolphthalein chemical test.
Yes.
And that ultimately also failed to yield a color consistent with the presumptive positive result for the presence of blood.
For blood, yes.
And you also collected and examined, or let me ask you this. On January 11th, you met with Investigator Atwood and Sergeant Smith, and that was January 11th, 2022, this year.
Yes.
And you met with Investigator Atwood and Sergeant Smith and essentially brainstormed further testing that you could do in-house related to the evidence in this case.
That is correct.
To test additional items for the presence of blood.
Yes.
And one of those items was a dark metal ball chain necklace with a dark metal and blue cross pendant on it.
Yes.
And the decision was made to test that because that necklace was worn by Mr. Eastman.
That is correct.
And it was worn by Mr. Eastman when he was contacted at the gas station.
Yes.
So when he was arrested.
Yes.
And you examined the chain.
I did.
You examined it carefully.
Yes.
Just like you examined carefully the pendant.
Yes.
And you examined both under a violet, blue, and infrared wavelengths.
I used an alternate light source using those wavelengths, yes.
And you saw no stains consistent with the appearance of blood.
Correct.
And also after this brainstorming meeting that you had with Detective Atwood and Sergeant Smith, you examined a pair of boots, of Caroline brand boots.
That is correct.
And you examined both the right and left boot.
Yes.
And you examined both boots visually.
I did.
And then you also examined both boots using a Foster plus Freeman Crime Light Auto ALS for stains consistent with the appearance of blood.
Yes, another form of alternate light source.
Right. And again, you had the benefit of examining both boots with the wavelengths, the infrared wavelengths.
Yes.
You also used the phenolphthalein reagent on both boots.
I did.
And you even did a blind swab on the laces of each boot.
Yes, and they were a tall boot, so the laces could have been protected by pants.
And that's speculative on your part.
It is.
Okay. And regardless, you, after careful brainstorming almost 2 years after this case, you guys decided to test the laces.
We did.
And you decided to pull these boots from evidence and carefully look at them one more time.
That is correct.
And none of the phenolphthalein tests you conducted on any part of those boots yielded a presumptive positive for blood.
That is correct.
You were unable to trace any blood on either boot.
That is correct.
And Mr. Wren talked to you a moment ago about the armorall located in the back of Mr. Eastman's vehicle.
Yes.
You did not document how much was gone from that bottle.
Correct.
So we don't know if it was a brand new bottle
We don't.
or if it was completely empty.
That's correct.
You have no idea whether or not that bottle was ever used.
No.
One moment, please. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect? Just briefly.
Ms. Fedak, you were asked on cross-examination about the black Apple Watch that you found inside the front passenger compartment of the Subaru, correct?
Yes.
And you said that was found in the center console, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you collect that item and log it into evidence?
I did.
And do you recall what item number or evidentiary number was attached to that item when you logged it into evidence under this unique Larimer County Sheriff's Office case number?
I would need to refer to my evidence log in my report.
With the court's permission, if it would refresh your recollection, please do so.
The smartwatch or the Apple Watch being referred to in the black rugged armor case from the center console of the Subaru Crosstrek was logged as item DLF 86.
Thank you. You did not go to the scene at Pingree Park where the body was recovered of Mr. Sessions, is that correct?
That is correct.
That took place on February 10th, right?
Yes.
To your understanding?
Yes.
And you attended the autopsy on the 11th?
Correct.
Okay. None of these other searches that you have been talking about took place until almost a week after the body was recovered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the first search that you were involved in was February 16th, correct? And that was of the apartment?
The first search I was involved in was the Ford Escape, which began February 12th.
Okay.
Ms. Frank's apartment was February 16th.
And then subsequent searches after that?
Correct.
Right. No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Any recross on those limited issues?
No, sir, thank you.
Any questions from the jury?
Does the court want me to approach, or does it have a copy already? I can approach. It's okay, Christina.
Thank you. So the jury has a question that I have approved. I'll read it verbatim to you if you can please answer if you have the ability to. Was the white powder on the carpet of Heather's home entryway tested to determine what it was?
The white powder was not chemically tested to determine its composition. When a gloved hand was wiped over the carpet, it did freely deposit itself on the gloved hand, but there was no chemical testing done on the white powder itself.
Mr. Wren, any follow-up?
Yes. area that was stained on the carpet, was it red or was it, did it seem like it appear as if it had been diluted by anything?
Objection, speculation.
So if you can answer that question without guessing or speculating, please do so. If you cannot, please let us know.
The stain on...
So can you answer that question?
Yes, I can.
Great.
The stain on the carpet was very distinctly reddish brown. It did not appear diluted based on the training and experience I've had with blood stains.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Devereaux, any follow-up?
No.
Any other questions? Thank you. You're welcome to step down. We appreciate your time. May she be discharged from her subpoena?
She may.
She is under our subpoena and she is not released.
Thank you. Why don't we take this opportunity just to take a morning break rather than starting a witness for a couple of minutes? I want to instruct you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss this trial with you, please let me know immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not try to gain information about the case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. And we'll see you back about 10:25. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, welcome to be seated. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Okay, you're welcome to be seated. Okay, we're on the record in the presence of the jury. Prosecution may call their next witness.
Your Honor, the people would call Deputy Patrick Adams to the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I'd like to have you come right on up to the witness stand. I'll swear you in before you sit down. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Great. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Starting with the last name. Good morning, Your Honor. Adams, A-D-A-M-S, Patrick, P-A-T-R-I-C-K.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you. Deputy Adams, can you please tell the jury where you currently work?
I currently work for the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for them?
I've worked there for about 5.5 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I did not.
Back in February 16th of 2020, were you dispatched to 26712 WCR 45?
Yes, I was.
And was that reference a search warrant?
Yes, I received a call from a supervisor on duty that a dead person had been found on the property.
Can you tell the jury what your main duty was with regard to that property?
Sure. So along with just being a deputy, I have collateral assignments, which include field evidence technician is what we call it. On TV, you may see it as a crime scene investigator. That's probably more common what it's called, but we just go out there and investigate as thoroughly as we can.
And you worked with other FETs actually who were assigned that day, right?
Yes, we went out on a team. We typically do things as a team, especially when it's such a large scene.
And when you say it's such a large scene, can you tell the jury approximately how big this area is?
So it's a triangular property, so acreage is kind of difficult for me to estimate, but I'd probably say like maybe 3.5,
speculation.
4 acres, something like that.
Objection, speculation.
Are you guessing about that?
It's a rough estimate, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm going to hand you some exhibits here. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 41 through 54, 57 and 58, 62 through 72, and 74 through 81. All right? And I've already shown counsel.
Okay.
You could take a look at those photographs.
Okay.
And what I'd like to do is just sort of briefly talk about those photographs. So People's 54 or 51 through 54, what are those photographs of?
51 through 54 are going to be what we call overall photos, kind of capturing an overall picture of the property.
And 58 through 57 and 58, what are those?
So 57 and 58 are showing the burn pit located on the north side of the property, as well as the berm kind of surrounding the north side of the property.
And if you go to 62 through 72, what are those photographs of?
So there's 10 pictures here. These photographs are showing items that we found inside the detached garage. It was just a couple feet east of the main house.
And then 74 through 81, are those also items? Let's back up to 75 and 76 are different.
So,
So what is 74?
Exhibit 74 would have also been inside of the detached garage. Exhibit 75 and 76 would have been found in a connex to the north of the detached garage.
And then 77 through 81.
So 77 was found in a red toolbox on the ground. 78 through 81 are photos of notes, just little notepads that were found inside a lunchbox in the detached garage.
Are all these photos accurate reflections of the property, the items that you collected, items of evidence that you collected on February 16th and any subsequent time that you were out at the property at WCR 45?
Yes, they are.
At this time, Judge, the people would admit People's Exhibits 51 through 54 inclusive, 57 and 58, 62 through 72 inclusive, and 74 through 81 inclusive.
Any objection?
No.
People's Exhibits 51 through 54 inclusive, 57 and 58, 62 through 72 inclusive, and 74 through 81 inclusive are admitted into evidence. You're welcome to publish if you wish.
Thank you. I also have another exhibit here. It's Exhibit 189. If I could approach, Judge.
Sure.
So Exhibit 189, what is that?
It's a CD. I previewed this CD right before walking in here and labeled it with my initials and the date.
Is it the crime scene video actually that you took?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 189.
Any objection?
No.
189 is admitted into evidence. You're welcome to publish that as well if you like.
Thank you. I just want to start first by you telling the jury you started to photograph this area, correct?
Correct.
When you first came on scene?
Detective Vessels and Ray Johnson were there before me assisting Larimer County. I got called a little bit after them, but yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about the area first. So if we could publish People's Exhibit, let's publish People's Exhibit 49. When you were discussing the actual property, and you can use this wooden pointer here, it's a good old-fashioned wooden pointer. Just don't break the TV.
Okay.
When you were saying it's triangular, is this what you were talking about?
Yes.
And where, can you point the jury to where the burn pit and wood pile are?
Yep. So they're going to be, again, like I said, on the north side, over here. Highway 34's over here.
Can you also tell the jury where the house is located in relation to how this is?
So when I use the term detached garage, this guy is going to be the detached garage.
And these are all connexes, is that right?
Correct. Yeah. Here's a row of connexes. They come down here, and then there's they hold fuel, and those are open. The connexes are not open.
Your
Okay.
Honor, I would just ask that the witness or Ms. Guthrie explain where in the picture that they are pointing to so that we have a clear record, please.
Yeah, so when you're pointing with the pointer, also verbally explain where you're pointing to for Ms. Palmer, the court reporter.
Okay.
So show us again where the detached
Yep.
garage is and explain to us verbally where it is.
So in this photograph, the detached garage is up here in the top left corner of the photograph.
Thank you. And what about the
And-
Connex boxes?
There's an L shape in the center of the photograph of Connex boxes.
And can you tell the jury sort of orient them to northwest, east?
So looking at the photograph, north is going to be to your right. The mountains west are going to be up.
And so when you're talking about the L shape of the connexes, can you kind of describe whether they go southeast, southwest?
Yeah, so the first row of connexes here runs south to north, and then where it makes an L, it runs west to east.
And when you're looking at the connex boxes, when you all searched those boxes, did you assign numbers sort of to those connex boxes when you were searching them, or
I don't recall doing that.
did you note whether they were close to the house or closer or farther away from the home?
They're further away from the home. The home's not visible in this photograph.
Okay. All right, if we could publish People's Exhibit number 50. And when you were talking about the detached garage, is there more than one garage on this property?
There is.
So tell the jury about where this garage is orientated to the home.
So from the home, in the photograph, the home is on the left here. That's to the west. If you move, it's a couple steps to the east, you'll run into the detached garage.
And are there two rooms to that garage, or are they actually two different buildings?
No, they're connected. There's no wall separating the two. When you walk in there, it's open.
And if we could publish People's Exhibit 53, please. And 53, is this another sort of garage on the property?
Yes, it is.
Where is this located in relation to the house?
In relation to the house, it's going to be northeast.
And in relation to the other garage, is it also northeast of that?
It is.
Okay. So you did the crime scene video. When you did that video, what time of day was it?
It was in the early afternoon, and we're talking February, so you know the sun sets pretty early at that time.
And when you started that process, did you have to have some kind of light? Did you add any kind of light to that area?
Yeah, we had to use artificial lighting from our FET van, and then I also used my own flashlight while taking the video.
And why did you do that?
So while taking the video, it really demonstrates what we could see and could not see. But if I'm walking around, in the dark, you're not going to get a lot. So if I'm shining a light there once in a while, you're gonna see it better. But it's not perfect lighting. It's not daytime.
And when you did this video, can you tell the jury sort of where you started out on the property? And we can take 51 down. And if we could put up, I think People's Exhibit 57. Is this sort of where you started out? Or was it? Or is it more like People's Exhibit 54?
It's not going to be 54. Can you go back to the last exhibit, please?
People's Exhibit, was it 57?
So I started up here, which is south of the burn pit. The way we're kind of looking at it now is from a east to northeast to southwest.
Okay. So if we could publish People's Exhibit 189.
We're going to move that TV just a little bit closer to you so you don't have to stretch so much. Christina will take care of it.
Thank you.
And I want to talk to you about footprints. When you see any sort of possible footprints, can you let us know?
So in the snow, you see quite a few footprints right there as you're watching it in the snow. There's several shoe impressions there.
And could you tell the jury what direction you're going at this point in time?
Yep, so right now I'm kind of gliding to the west. Now I'm moving more to the north. I'm going to pause and zoom in.
And is this over in the woodpile area?
Correct, yeah. So my focus is in the center of the screen, the table in the wood area. Trying to kind of orient everyone. So the camera's painted, or it's looking south right now, towards the house and the outbuildings we spoke about. And now I'm south of the berm or the wood pile. Camera's facing north. Again, zooming in from there.
Now zooming in from there, can you see the plastic?
You can see the plastic.
And that's at what part? Is it the south or north?
The camera, right now the camera is facing northeast. So as you maybe caught pictures of Deputy Johnson walking. He was setting up the little flags that you see there to create a entry point and an egress point, so to try to disturb as little as possible.
And did you note any footprints or boot prints that were unusual?
So yeah, there's going to be a couple shoe impressions closer. I'm not sure if I don't think the video captures them.
And can you see the plastic from this vantage point?
You can see it a little bit. So I'm 5'11", and you're looking at it from probably about 5'9". So the yellow marker that you saw there is going to be a shoe impression that Deputy Johnson saw and marked. So obviously I lowered the camera angle significantly.
So I want to talk just briefly about any footprint impressions that you noted when you were going through the crime scene, collecting items. Can you talk about the boot impressions that you saw, or footprint impressions?
So as we talked earlier, you could see in the video the snow and all of the shoe impressions there. From what I was told, the Weld County strike team, which is a smaller unit of guys, cleared the area. There was a lot of people out there before I arrived, so I didn't see any benefit in doing photography or lifting any of those shoe impressions on that hill. As you got closer to where the body was, Deputy Johnson indicated, I believe it was 2 shoe impressions that were photographed to scale up close, using different lighting to kind of pick up some characteristics of the boots.
And I want to ask you about the area to the wood pile. You had indicated had native grass.
Yeah, so a lot of the grass that I was walking on while filming that would have been like native dormant grass, and you're not going to get any shoe impressions off grass.
I want to talk about your search of the detached garage. So when you were searching through the detached garage, and if we could please publish People's Exhibit 50. That's the detached garage, is that right?
Correct.
And that's where you were searching, correct?
Yeah, the structure on the right.
And when you went through that garage, you started noting some things that you thought may have evidentiary value. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's kind of walk through that for a minute. So People's Exhibit 60. People's Exhibit 60, is this inside that garage area?
Yes, it is. That's a photograph from the west to the east.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, first of all, about the toolbox that you know, the biggest one there?
It's a big black Husky toolbox.
Did you search that toolbox?
Yes.
And tell the jury how you went about searching that toolbox.
Very thoroughly. So when we were on scene, we were looking for, any sharp tools. Obviously, when we pulled the victim out, we were looking for wire as well because the plastic bag was wired. We're looking for any tools that could cut the wire. So we searched the entire garage very thoroughly for any of those items.
And this Husky toolbox, when you said you searched it thoroughly, did you actually go through all of the drawers in that toolbox?
Yeah, I went through every drawer. I went through everything. I dusted it's open right now. If you were to close it, you could see a lot of dust, and I attempted to develop fingerprints from there. But yeah, I was very thorough in going through that box.
When you went through that box, did you find any wire?
I did.
And did you collect that wire?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 144. Yeah, you recognize People's Exhibit 144?
Yeah, it looks similar to the wire I collected.
And do you know where you collected that one from?
That would have been from the, it's in the open portion. As you look at the picture, it's kind of sitting up there up top.
You can use the pointer to show them.
I'm pointing at the black Husky box. It looks like an extension cord right there. It was near that area.
And does that item accurately reflect the item that you placed into evidence?
Yeah, it looks a little different. So it had been, I sealed it originally when we put it into evidence. It's been opened and resealed a couple different times. But
did it have your initials on it?
It does. My initials, badge number, and the date.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it? Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 144.
Any objection?
No.
144 is admitted into evidence.
When you were going through those drawers, did you find any paperwork related to the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Where did you find that? In which of the drawers?
I don't recall which drawer exactly the paperwork was in.
But it was in one of the drawers in that particular
Yep,
box.
it's in one of the drawers that, looking down, that slide out.
And that paperwork was from 2016, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And did it actually have the defendant's name on it?
Yes, it did.
I want to talk about if we could publish People's Exhibit. Oh, before we leave that Husky toolbox, did you actually dust it for fingerprints?
Yes. I spent a lot of time
Dusting for fingerprints?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay. And then when you do that, talk to the jury about that process. How do you dust for fingerprints?
So this one was interesting in that you could kind of see the fingerprints on dust. We've all experienced dusty places in the home. If you touch it, you can see a fingerprint. You can further develop that by using the dust we have and like a little horse brush and just try to get a good, really detailed fingerprint. So from there, you photograph it with a micro lens, it really blows it up, and then you lift it. It looks easy on TV. It's not as easy in real life.
I'm going to ask you about the smaller of those toolboxes up there. There's a red one, right?
Correct.
And you retrieved some evidence from the red box, right?
Again, so we took a lot of wire snips and anything sharp that could have cut someone.
Was there a knife that was in that toolbox?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you collect a camo hunting knife?
Yes, I did.
Okay, where was that located?
So that would have been in the black Husky toolbox, and I think one of the first, again, I'm pointing to the middle of the screen, one of the first pull-out drawers.
First from the top or the first from the bottom?
From the top down, Your Honor.
I'm handing you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 145. And People's Exhibit 145, is that the camo hunting knife that you placed in evidence?
Yes, it is.
And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the people will move to admit People's Exhibit 145.
Any objection?
No.
145 is admitted.
Thank you. So I want to move towards a different area here. Let's publish People's Exhibit number 61. In People's Exhibit 61, was there something that you collected from this area?
Yeah, there was quite a few things I collected from this area.
Let's kind of go through those.
Okay.
So, did you actually collect a sheath knife from there?
So it's not in view of this photo.
That's okay.
There's a smaller handheld red toolbox on the other side of this.
Let's publish People's 62, I think. I'll show it.
Okay. So there's in the lower right-hand side of the picture is where you see that red toolbox I was just describing.
And did you collect a knife from there?
Yes.
The attachment has been previously marked as People's Exhibit 147. What is People's Exhibit 147?
It's a knife.
And is that the same knife that you collected from that area that you just pointed out to us?
Yes, it is.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 147.
Any objection?
No.
147 is admitted.
All right, thank you. Go back to...
Perhaps you can just
oh, sure.
relieve them of those exhibits and put them by the court reporter.
Thank you. Yeah. Those are from the... That was here when I got here.
So looking at People's Exhibit number 60, I think that one is 62, is that right? Or is that 61? That's 60.
That's
Can we
62.
publish 61, please? Sorry. So 61, can you tell the jury about the lunchbox that you found here?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear. These pictures were taken by Detective Vessels. She came in here first, but it was open when I walked in there. She started laying down some tents to mark some evidence. So inside the lunchbox, we found a package of 22 ammo.
So if we could publish 64.
Okay.
Does that,
That looks, so when I saw it, that's what I saw the first time I walked in there.
and when you were looking through the lunchbox, what were you doing? Tell the jury about how you were cataloging that information.
Again, so we're looking for any sharp objects or anything that can cut wire. As you see there, you can kind of see tent number 4 or the marker number 4 there to the left of the lunchbox in the lower left-hand part of the picture. That had been removed from the lunchbox is what I was told by Detective Vessels. At this point, I was interested to see who the lunchbox belonged to or what else was in there.
And when you started removing items from that lunchbox, did you find some things that indicated to you who that lunchbox might belong to?
Yes, I found some. You can see them in the lunchbox in this picture. There's 4 squares of paper with some notes on them.
And if we could publish People's Exhibit 79. Are those the items that you found inside the lunchbox?
Yes, they are.
And what about those items indicated to you that this was Kevin Eastman's lunchbox?
So first and foremost, it's got his name. So there are 4 pieces of paper here. I'm looking at the bottom right one as you look at the photograph. It's got Mr. Eastman's name. It's got the last 4 of his social. I did not look up it looks like there's a docket number on there. I did not look up the docket number.
That's okay. And that indicated to you that whoever that lunchbox was, that was probably their lunchbox.
That was it. And then as well, so
Your
the
Honor, I'd
bottom.
object speculation.
Yes, I don't want you to guess or speculate about any answer. Why don't you re-ask the question?
Sure.
If you would be guessing or speculating, let us know and do not answer.
So did that indicate to you who owned that lunchbox?
Your Honor, again, speculation.
Anything else, Ms. Guthrie?
Judge, that's his perception and observation. And as an FET, which he is, he can make those determinations. Those are his observations.
Ms. Guthrie? Excuse me, Ms. Devereaux?
Your Honor, again, this officer can only testify that these pieces of paper had Mr. Eastman's name on that. It doesn't mean ownership of the lunchbox when there's no personal knowledge by this witness that he knows who the owner of the lunchbox was.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Guthrie?
No, Judge, I'll ask him another question.
Well, at this point, I'll sustain the objection.
So, when you were searching that particular area, did you have information that that specific area, which was on People's Exhibit number 62, 61, that there was an area that was left, there was information there that there was left some tools of the defendants and other clothing items in that same area?
I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah, I'll re-ask that question. So People's Exhibit 61, can we publish that? Sorry. People's Exhibit 61. Did you have any information that items left in that area were the defendants?
Detective Vessels informed me that she
Objection,
believed it.
hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, it's not really hearsay. It's for what he does as a result of what he hears, because then he searches those items.
So I'm sustaining the objection. Let's move on.
So let's go to People's. So during the time that you were looking through that lunchbox, there was also, you said, some ammunition. Is that correct?
Correct, there's a box of 22 ammo.
And did you, in fact, take that ammo out and count that ammo?
I did.
And you also collected that ammo. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Let's turn to People's Exhibit number 66. Is this a closer up picture of where that ammunition was found?
It's not my photograph, so I believe it's Detective Vessels, but yes, it looks like it.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
And what about People's Exhibit number 69?
That's my photograph. That's me counting the box of 50 Remington 22 ammo.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit number 141. When you counted this ammunition, it says that it's a box of 50, but are there 50 in there?
There was 44 rounds in there.
And People's, the exhibit that's on the screen for you, that was your taking them out and counting them, correct?
Yes.
Within that lunchbox as well, did you note any gloves? And so let's turn to People's Exhibit 66.
Yes, I did. There's a white pair of gloves with a red stain on them.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 146. People's Exhibit 141, is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 141.
Any objection?
No.
141's admitted.
And I'm handing you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 146. Or, sorry, no. Sorry. 146. I got it. Just making sure I can read the numbers. And People's Exhibit 146, is that the red gloves with that red stain you mentioned?
Yes, found in the lunchbox. Yep.
And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the people would move to admit People's 146.
No objection.
146 is admitted.
this exhibit. I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as People's 148.
Thank you.
And People's Exhibit 148, if you could tell the jury where that was located.
This looks like the folding knife that was found in the tool belt that was resting on the sawhorse.
So that toolbox, or that tool belt that was resting on the sawhorse, that is located in People's Exhibit number 61. You could publish that one. Is that where you
I believe
located
so,
it?
yes.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 148.
Any objection?
No.
148 is admitted.
We can take that photograph down. If we could put up People's Exhibit 72. People's Exhibit 72, tell the jury where this was located in the garage.
So this is what I saw. This is in very close proximity to the lunchbox in the red handheld toolbox that you see. The clothes were like that when I got in there because, again, Detective Vessels had started marking items in there.
And I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit number 126. Exhibit 126. Can you tell the jury or point to which item this is?
So these, in the photograph, these pants would be marker that says 5 on it, marker number 5.
Okay. And these specific pair of pants, you collected them?
Yes, I did.
And other than, do they have any other markings or tape on them that indicate that they've been sent for testing?
That they've been, sorry, can you say that last part again?
Sorry, that they've been sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations for testing.
So first of all, clothing we only package in paper, so I would have used a paper bag, just a small grocery bag.
What about?
Yes, so on the paper bag that the pants were originally put into, there's a Colorado Bureau of Investigation sticker on there with the case number.
And are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you took them into custody?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit People's Exhibit 126.
Any objection?
No.
126 is admitted into evidence.
Were there other pieces of clothing that you noted in this area?
Yes, there's 3 additional just in this photo alone that you can see.
Was there a Carhartt jacket that you collected?
Yes, there was a Carhartt jacket.
And do you remember where that was located?
All the clothing was generally in the same location. This picture just doesn't show all of the clothing.
Okay. I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit number 139.
We'll take that from you in a minute.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. That's all right.
I'll trade you. People's Exhibit 139, is that a Carhartt jacket that you collected from that area?
Yes, it is.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
And is there any information that indicates to you that that was sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
There's a CBI, Colorado Bureau of Investigations, tag on it as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 139.
Any objection?
No.
139 is admitted.
There was also another pair of jeans, a lighter colored pair. Can you tell the jury on this photograph where that is located?
That's going to be marker number 2.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's 140. Reflect People's 140 as well. Did you collect?
I did, yes.
And do you see anywhere on there where that item has been sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
Yes.
Did you know what the jean size was when you collected it?
34.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it, but for the
Yeah,
piece with
CBI cut
CBI?
out a piece of the denim here and marked it.
Objection, speculation.
But yes, it's this.
So wait.
Speculation.
Do you know that that was sent to Colorado Bureau of
I
Investigations?
know it was sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations because there's a tag on it with the same case number of the previous items you've given me.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move to admit People's Exhibit number 140.
Any objection?
Your Honor, just to be clear, the speculation was to the comment about CBI being the one to cut the hole. I don't think that that's clear.
Agreed. And so that response to that question is sustained. Everything else the jury can consider. And I'm sorry, you were asking for the admission of Exhibit 140. Any objection?
No.
140 is admitted.
And I want to give you, there was also a pair of overalls that you collected.
I believe so, yeah. Yes, there was.
And where was that?
Well, you can see some overalls in there, number 6. They've got a cyclone logo on them.
And I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 142. People's 142, is that the cyclone overalls that you collected
Yes, it is.
that we see in the garage?
Yes.
And is that in the same area as the jeans?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, and is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
Is there any other notations on there that it has been to CBI or anything like that?
The same CBI sticker.
Your Honor, at this time, people would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 142.
Any objection?
No.
142 is admitted.
Thank you. Is there also a jacket that you can note there that is probably almost coming off screen?
That's off screen.
Your Honor, I would object to speculation if it's off screen and he doesn't see it.
It's not all off screen. There's a part of it. You can't see the tent number.
There's some overalls, some coveralls
Okay.
right there. I can't see. It's the only marker on the bottom of the screen that you cannot see the number.
Okay. Do you recognize the coveralls that are there?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you, it's been previously marked as People's 143. And People's 143, is that, are those the overalls that you collected from that garage area?
Yes, they're Carhartt overalls that I collected.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, they are.
Are there any notations on there indicating with tape that they have been sent to CBI?
There's another CBI label on there as well.
At this time, Judge, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 143.
Any objection?
No.
143 is admitted.
All right, let me take those from you. We can take down People's 72. After you processed that, the clothing that you collected, where did you go next? After you went through all of the things that were there with the lunchbox and the clothing that we see.
So we were there for 3 days. I believe, so after like that area was done, we went to the other outbuilding and started to look for some items there.
And did you find anything in that other outbuilding that you noted of evidentiary value?
In the other garage, I just saw kind of a marking in the concrete that I thought was interesting.
I want to talk to you about February 18th because you went back on February 18th. Is that right?
Is that day 3? That's day
Yes,
3.
that's day 3.
Yeah.
And that was after the autopsy in this case, correct?
So yes, I think we had the results.
Of Heather Frank's autopsy.
Correct.
And when you went back out there on the 3rd day, what were you looking for specifically?
I was looking for so from what I understood, there was 2 gunshot wounds and there was 1 .22 bullet that was collected. So I was looking for a .22 fired round as well as a gun.
And did you find any bullets that were recovered?
No.
Did you look in each of the outbuildings?
My focus was that second detached garage kind of in the middle of the property. I spent a lot of time there looking for a very, very small piece of metal.
And did you also go back to the area where her body was found and sort of look there as well?
Yeah, we looked through the dormant grass. I used the metal detector and searched that area very thoroughly as well.
On February 21st of 2020, did you actually travel to some other locations to see if there was any evidence that could be found in those other locations?
I believe that's the date, yes.
And those locations were given to you from GPS locations from Larimer County, correct?
Larimer County produced tracking locations on a vehicle that we followed. It's a pretty cool piece of equipment. You can see how long it stops somewhere. And we used that to search areas that the GPS tracker had stopped.
And I want to talk about the different areas that you went to. Your first stop, was that at Weld County Road 49?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to see your report?
Yes.
If I could approach Judge.
Sure.
So did you go to specific locations to see if there's any possible evidence out there?
Asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer that question.
Dane.
Yes, we were looking for a gun.
And what was the first location or area that you went to?
Near the intersection of Weld County Road 49 and 90. If you're not familiar with the way we do it, 90 is going to be pretty far north. So we start at 2 and then go 2, 4, all the way up to 90. It's like O Street 64. So just go up to 90.
And when you went there, can you tell the jury about the conditions of that area?
It's all rural, Weld County, native grass, farmland, dirt roads.
How long did you search there?
I don't recall how long at each area.
Would it refresh your recollection? Look at
It would. Do you want to know the first area?
Yes.
Okay. Is that okay, Your Honor?
That'll help you
Just-
refresh your memory. That's fine.
Just tell me when you've been refreshed.
I've been refreshed.
So the first stop, how long were you there?
We searched the area for about 20 minutes. It was myself and 3 additional deputies.
Did you find anything of any evidentiary value there?
We did not.
And then the next stop, what was the next stop? Was that on WCR 59 and 120?
That sounds correct.
And you searched there as well?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jury about what that area contains?
I think the second place we stopped at had some culverts. There was like a river. I don't recall if it was dry or not. But the same kind of native grass, rural area, same kind of terrain, I guess.
How long did you search there for? Would it refresh your
It
recollection?
would, Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay. I'm refreshed.
Okay. How long were you there searching?
Approximately 30 minutes.
And did you find anything of any evidentiary value there?
No, we did not.
Did you go to another area located off of WCR 59 and south of WCR 120?
That sounds about right.
And when you went there, how long did you stay there and search? And if you don't remember, you can refresh your recollection. And it's on the second page of your report.
I don't see that I annotated it.
Maybe you can direct him to where
Sure.
you want him to refresh his memory.
You didn't note, did you note in your report how long you were there?
I don't believe I did on that location.
And did you find anything of any evidentiary value there that you collected?
We found a towel. We collected a towel.
Did you go to another location at WCR 118 and 77?
Yes.
And did you search there as well?
Yes.
Did you see anything or collect anything that had any evidentiary value at that location?
No.
And then did you do a final stop at WCR 135 and 400?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jury, this is west of where?
This is going to be up, this is almost county line, so New Raymer is going to be north of New Raymer.
Would that be east of Two Creeks Ranch?
Yes.
Did you deploy the drone at that point?
The drone, I believe we used the drone there. We also used it previously as well, one other time.
Okay. And when you were using the drone and looking around, did you note anything of any evidentiary value?
We did not find anything.
If I could have a moment, Judge.
Sure.
Judge, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Deputy Adams.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a question? So we're going to wait until the end of the lawyer's questioning to see if that question is still necessary or not. Ms. Devereaux, you're welcome to cross.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You need some water before we begin. Please help yourself. Refreshed?
Refreshed.
Okay. So on February 16th, that was the first day that you arrived at the 26-7-12 Weld County Road 45 location.
Correct.
Other members of law enforcement were already present.
Yes.
A search on the property was already underway.
Correct.
In fact, when you arrived, yellow crime scene tape had already been draped across the easement entrance north towards the house.
Yes.
You were dispatched because a body had already been located on the property.
Correct.
You met with Deputy Johnson, who provided you with a briefing.
Yes.
From this briefing, you learned that during the execution of the search warrant by Larimer County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Johnson discovered what appeared to be the body in the woodpile.
That's correct.
Deputy Johnson led you on a walkthrough,
Correct.
as we saw in the video.
Yes.
He led you north of the detached garage
Yes.
to where the gray porta potty was.
Yes.
That gray porta potty was directly west of the burn shed.
Yes.
And it was the porta potty where he was standing while he found the body, or found the door. I'm sorry, not the door, the table.
Correct.
You took a photograph in addition to the video that we saw of the woodpile and how it appeared that night.
Oh, yeah, I photographed the table a lot. Yes.
I'm showing you it's been marked as Defense Exhibit AA1. Sir, is that a photo that is a photo that you took of how the woodpile appeared the evening of February 16th, 2020?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate reflection of the picture that you took that evening?
Yes, it is.
At this time, we have moved to admit Defense Exhibit AA1.
No objection.
AA1's admitted into evidence.
Request to publish, please.
Sure.
Sir, with Ms. Guthrie, you indicated that you can't collect footwear impressions on native grass.
Correct. Yeah, you don't leave a shoe impression when you walk on the grass. The grass, what I was...
Is that yes or no?
Correct. No,
Okay.
you cannot.
Thank you. So when we see this picture here, I'll direct you to the lower right-hand area where there's snow and a yellow flag.
Yes.
That area has a clear shoe impression in the snow to the left of the yellow flag.
Yes, it's not clear from this picture, but yes.
In the picture, we see there's no native grass in that area where that shoe impression is, correct?
Correct. It's in the mud.
Thank you. You had the benefit of Deputy Johnson pointing out exactly where the body was located in the woodpile.
I did.
So to see the body, you had to lean over to look underneath the table,
Correct.
as we saw in the video.
Yes.
While leaning over, you could see the plastic that was underneath the table.
Yes.
And because you had the benefit of having Deputy Johnson pointing out where the body was located, you knew to lean over and look underneath the table.
Yes.
The body was not readily visible to you beforehand.
No.
It was actually difficult to see the body located under the table.
Yes. That's correct.
While you were viewing the woodpile area, it did not appear to have been on fire.
No.
It wasn't smoldering.
No.
Didn't smell of gasoline.
I didn't smell gasoline, no.
To your knowledge, the woodpile showed no signs of recently being burned.
No.
The woodpile area,
The wood that we were just looking at, no, it did not.
where the body was located.
No.
And as we saw on the video, the burn shed area the burn shed itself is a metal structure,
Three-sided, correct.
three-sided. The wall facing the north, and then two walls on the west and east side.
Correct.
And then on both the west and the east side of the burn shed, there's burnt burns.
Berms.
Okay. Can you explain what a berm is?
Yeah, it's just like a large pile of dirt.
Okay. So essentially, we had not only two walls to the metal shed, but now we had also big dirt piles on either side of the burn shed.
Correct.
So really, the only clear view, if you were standing in the burn shed, would be to the south.
Yes.
And the south would be where the residence was.
Correct.
As you spoke about with Ms. Guthrie, you went back to Mr. Bonnell's 3 days in a row.
The first day and then two after. Yes.
So that's 3.
Yes, it is.
February 16th through February 18th, 2020.
Yes.
Your role, as you indicated earlier, was to help with a team of FETs to conduct this execution of the search warrant.
That's correct.
As you said earlier, FETs travel as a team,
We
work as a team?
Not always, but yes, on bigger cases, absolutely.
Right, and you had a team here?
Yes.
You were a team of carefully trained officers who are trained to look for and identify evidence.
That's correct.
and collect that evidence.
That's correct.
One of your roles, as we heard about, was to help search the detached garage,
Yes.
and you did so carefully.
I was as thorough as I could be.
Yeah, you took a couple days to do it.
Correct.
There was no rush in time.
No.
You located in the detached garage everything from trash cans to memorabilia.
Correct.
You opened every drawer and every toolbox.
Yes, I did.
You searched clothing,
Yes.
buckets,
Everything.
couches.
Yes.
You even climbed a ladder at one point to photograph high top shelves on the south portion of the garage.
Correct.
And despite this very careful and thorough search, as a trained field evidence technician, you did not locate any spent bullets.
I did not.
You also did not locate any guns.
No, not in the detached garage.
And you also located or assisted in the search of the Conex boxes on the property.
Correct.
Deputy Johnson assisted you with the search.
I believe so.
Okay. And again, you did not locate any spent bullets
No, we did not.
or any guns.
No.
And neither location, the detached garage or the Conex boxes, neither of those locations did you also locate an obvious bloodletting event scene.
No.
There was no sign of any homicides happening in either location. Obvious signs.
Judge, I'm going to, object to speculation.
Yeah, so I don't want you to guess.
I mean, I don't know. I can't.
Would you be guessing by answering that question?
Yes, I
I
would.
can rephrase that, sir.
I'll sustain the objection.
You didn't locate any large blood spots in the garage
No, I did not.
or the Conex boxes.
No.
You did not locate any sign of struggle in the garage
No.
or the Conex boxes.
No.
You did not locate any kind of blood spray or blood stain patterns in the garage
No, I did not.
or the Conex.
No.
And it was on day 3 that the effort continued to try to find bullets because you had, again, this you spoke about with Ms. Guthrie, you had obtained information that only one bullet was recovered from Ms. Frank.
Correct, yes.
So to help with that, it was you and Deputy Anand conducted what's called a grid search of the property on day 3?
We did. It was focused closer and to the west of where the body was located.
And a grid search is a specific type of search that you're trained on as a field evidence technician.
Yes,
It's a very meticulous search,
it is.
a systematic search.
It's systematic, yes.
You also utilized a metal detector,
Yes.
and you did so for hours, a couple hours.
Yes.
And despite this, again, no bullet was ever recovered.
No, not a spent bullet, no.
Okay. And you also did not locate any blood.
No.
You indicated on direct examination that you were able to locate visually what appeared to be fingerprints on top of the black Husky toolbox in the detached garage.
That's correct.
You explained to this jury how you went through a very difficult, long, lengthy process of trying to obtain those fingerprints.
That's correct.
And prior to lifting those prints, you took photos of the prints.
Using a micro lens?
Yeah. And you took those and entered those pictures into evidence.
Yes.
And you did so for the purpose of submitting, or when the evidence was ultimately submitted for the lab for testing.
Correct.
And you also took just general pictures of the fingerprints that you...
Overalls?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to show him what's been marked as Defense Exhibit AA4 and AA5.
Okay.
Sir, those are the pictures, or two of the pictures that you took of the fingerprints, of the overall fingerprints on the black Husky toolbox located on Mr. Bonnell's garage.
Yes.
Those are fair and accurate representations of the two pictures that you took, or two of the pictures you took of the fingerprints on the toolbox.
Yes, they are.
At this time, we move to admit Defense Exhibit AA4 and AA5 and request to publish.
Any objection?
No.
AA4 and 5 are admitted. You're welcome to publish.
And sir, this is one of the pictures that you took.
Yes.
And excuse me. Can I have 1 moment, sir? Help yourself too. This picture is a more close-up of the fingerprints on the toolbox on the right-hand side, if you're looking at it.
Yes.
Can you point to the jury, please, the fingerprints that were obvious to you?
I can't. I mean, we can.
Maybe the next picture would help.
Okay.
See next one, please. We see here there's quite a bit of dust on the toolbox.
Yes.
We also see that there is quite a bit of locations where it appears that either hands or some sort of object came into contact with the dust.
It looks that way to me, yes.
And when you talked about seeing visually obvious fingerprints, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And as you have said previously, you were able to successfully lift prints from this toolbox.
I believe 4, yes.
Yep, 4, and you put 4 on separate cards.
Correct.
You submitted all 4 cards into evidence under Weld County evidence item number W201195.
I'm sure that
I will
sounds
show you.
accurate.
Here I'm showing Deputy Adams, what's been marked as Defense Exhibit QQ. Sir, those are the 4 cards of fingerprints that you lifted from this toolbox and placed into evidence under item number W201195.
Yes.
Those are fair and accurate representation of the evidence that you collected and submitted under that item.
Yes, they are.
At this time, we move to admit Defense Exhibit QQ.
Any objection?
No.
QQ is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. And sir, you submitted that for testing at the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Laboratory.
I didn't submit the lab request.
But you submitted that into evidence for that purpose.
Correct.
Thank you. We also heard testimony about how you were looking for any type of wire and or cutting objects on this toolbox.
Correct.
You looked carefully.
Yes.
We heard through every single drawer.
Yes.
You found a pair of red cutters or wire cutters with a red handle.
Yes, I'm sure I did.
Okay, have them in my hand. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit RR. Sir, do you recognize that now?
Yes,
And you recognize that because it has your name on it.
it does.
So that means that you found it.
Yes, I entered it into evidence.
You entered into evidence, and those are the red wire cutters that were located on this toolbox.
Yes.
Those were labeled and entered into evidence as W20-1231.
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the evidence of the red handled wire cutters that you located on this toolbox?
Yes, they are.
At this time, we move to admit.
Any objection? RR is admitted into evidence.
Thank you.
Maybe in the next 5 minutes, if you can do a natural breaking point.
Yep, probably only need about 5 more minutes, so that
Okay.
works. Thank you. Ms. Guthrie questioned you about the various locations that you went to around northern Colorado on February 21st, 2020.
Yes.
And I think it was clear that you couldn't remember the exact locations very well.
That's correct.
You couldn't remember how long you spent at each location very well.
I needed to refresh my memory on that, yes.
We saw that.
Right.
And the reason for that, sir, to be fair to you, is it was over 2 years ago.
It was over 2 years ago.
So I just want to go briefly through those locations. The other officers that you went with to each location were Deputy Kolath and Deputy Ralston.
And Patterson.
And Deputy Patterson. So you went with, again, a team of trained officers to each location.
Correct.
And you went with this team to these locations based on GPS coordinates that you received.
Yes.
You had the exact GPS coordinates, so you knew where to go to.
Yes.
Those GPS coordinates came from Mr. Eastman's, the tracker device on Mr. Eastman's vehicle.
I believe so.
And as you said earlier, that's a pretty cool device.
It is.
So you were given, as I'm looking in your report, the exact longitude and latitude coordinates for each location.
Yes. I was using our computer and logging them from there. The actual program, the software that you use it on, shows you the road and it shows you following it. Mm-hmm.
So you knew exactly where he had went.
Yes.
So it wasn't like you were looking for a needle in a haystack.
I would say we were looking for a needle in a haystack.
In terms of what locations you were going to.
We had a good idea of locations, yes.
And while you were there on scene at each location, there were some locations where you're actually able to see tire impressions in the ground.
Yes.
So the first stop was was on Weld County Road 49 north of Weld County Road 90.
Yes.
That area was open and very flat.
Correct.
You were aware that the vehicle in question had been there for approximately 2 minutes.
Correct.
You and other members of law enforcement searched that scene.
Yes.
You split up.
Yes.
And you found nothing of evidentiary value.
We did not.
You did not locate any obvious murder scene.
No.
Or any type of blood.
No.
Or any firearms.
No.
And the second stop was the bridge on Weld County Road 59 south of Weld County Road 120.
That sounds accurate.
Again, another nice open field.
Yes.
Didn't have a lot of trees blocking your view.
No, it's not a wooded area.
So there's nothing obstructing your view.
There was a tree. I believe.
A tree?
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't sound like that would be too difficult to see through. Okay. There was also, at that location, nothing of evidentiary value located.
No.
And the third location was the location west of Weld County Road 59 and south of Weld County Road 20.
That sounds accurate.
Again, a nice open flat area.
Yes.
And that was the scene where you located visible tire marks.
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to review your report?
It would.
And I will direct you, I have your report actually lined here, so numbered by lines. I will direct you to line number 24. Okay. Is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
So again, sir, there was visible tire marks in the grass in that area.
Yes.
The towel that you mentioned with Miss Guthrie did not appear to be soiled with any blood.
It did not.
And there was nothing else of any kind of evidentiary value located.
No.
The fourth location was the Weld County Road 118 and Weld County Road 77 location.
That sounds accurate.
Again, another very nice flat area.
Yes.
At this location, the grass was actually very short.
I believe so.
Would it refresh your recollection?
It was short grass.
Okay. And it was easily viewable.
Yes, I believe so.
And again, nothing of any kind of evidentiary value was located.
No.
The last location was the location east of Will County Road 135 and Will County Road 400.
That sounds accurate.
And again, another very nice open flat area to search.
Correct.
The grass there instead was actually nearly non-existent.
It was.
And again, nothing of any kind of evidentiary value found.
Nothing was found.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Guthrie, how long do you think your redirect, if any, is going to be? I'm trying to figure out whether...
Not that long. I mean, it won't be that long. Probably
Perhaps we
10
can try to...
minutes.
You think it's going to be 10 minutes?
Yeah. Yes.
Why don't we... I'll give you... We'll start a little bit later. Why don't we try to finish this witness up, okay? Ms. Guthrie?
Deputy Adams, first of all, I want to talk about the impression with regard to the shoe that you saw when you were, I think it was AA1 that the defense gave you. Yeah, that. Is that dirt or mud?
Your Honor, I'd object. That's already been asked and answered.
I'll lower the objection. You could answer that question.
It looks like mud to me.
Okay. How detailed is that imprint in the mud?
I can't tell from this photograph how detailed that was.
And I want to ask you about the burn area, that burn pit. Right around the corner from where the wood is there a burn pit? Where her body was found?
There's a burn pit the burn pit's in close proximity to where the body was found.
And when Ms. Devereaux was asking you about there being indications of a struggle or a fight, there was an indication of a homicide there, right?
There was, yes.
Because you found a dead body.
Correct.
And I want to ask you about the casting process related to shoe impressions in native grass.
Okay.
If you were going to do a shoe impression, you'd have to cast it, wouldn't you?
Again, nothing's going to show up in the native grass itself. If you're in a more, if there's mud, it's a good place to cast.
And I want to ask you about the fingerprints that you collected on the big toolbox that we noted.
The Husky.
The Husky. You collect the fingerprints. You don't actually decide whether or not there is anything of value there, do you?
No.
That's why you send it off to CBI, is that right?
Correct.
And I want to talk to you about the other things that you did when you went out to look for the different pieces of evidence or possibility of evidence in the different GPS locations. Overall, how many hours were you out doing that?
We were north of New Raymer. We left from the sheriff's office off O Street. It was, I don't want to guess, it was a long time. It was like maybe 5 hours.
Okay. And they were asking you about tire impressions on the, I think it's the third location that you went to, the stop off of West WCR 59 and 120.
Correct.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't have collected tire impressions in that area?
The only thing I can think of, and I don't recall this exactly, was that maybe that's not the best description.
Objection, speculation.
And it could
So
be,
overruled.
Sorry, go on.
and it could be the grass was just, you could see where a car, if a car rolls over the grass or the lawnmower, you can see where it's been, where something has gone over the grass, and there's not like an tire impression.
And did you have information that the defendant's vehicle had already been there?
Yes. The GPS.
So the GPS information that you were given about the from the defendant's vehicle from the tracker, did that indicate to you that the defendant was out in that area for several hours?
So I was a passenger. I'm aware of how the GPS works. I wasn't driving that day. I wasn't following. I wasn't physically looking at the GPS where the defendant's car went.
So you weren't physically looking at the data that was given to you?
Someone else, Detective Coleth, was the one in charge of that. But yes, it's very accurate.
And was the indication in that data, did that indicate to you that the defendant had been driving around for several hours?
I believe so.
And do you know if that data indicated that he lost GPS contact for a couple hours?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. I have no further questions, Joe.
Thank you. Any recross on those limited issues?
Just really briefly, sir, you noted in your report you saw tire impressions. And if there's tire impressions, you could have collected and preserved those.
So I do know in my report, I know exactly what you're talking about because you pointed it out to me.
I did.
You did. And it's just if there's tire impressions, I'm going to use a scale and I'm going to take photos of them.
And you didn't do that here?
I did not do that here.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Looks like we have a question. So Deputy, the court has approved a question asked by the jury. It reads verbatim. On the 21st, on the off-site searches, was a metal detector used?
No, it was not.
Any follow-up, Ms. Guthrie?
Can you tell the jury why you wouldn't have used a metal?
It's a pretty open field. It would have been useful and probably should have been used. That's a good question.
Thank you.
Ms. Devereaux?
Just so I heard that last part correct, you admitted that it probably should have been used.
In retrospect, yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome to step down. We appreciate your time. May he be discharged from his subpoena.
Yes, you may, from the people.
Ms. Devereaux?
He is still under ours.
Okay, and so you may be subject to recall, okay? So we're going to be in recess. How about we start at 1:30 today? Does that work for everybody?
Yes, sir.
And I want to remind you again, until the trial is completed, please do not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it's especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you. So when I say 1:30, I'd like to get started at 1:30, okay? Have a wonderful lunch. Let's all rise for the jury. Okay, we'll be at recess. See you at 1:30. Charles, do you need help with anything?
What is?
Sure.
Vessels. Messer.
Black.
I think it's Messer. Right? Messer. Messer.
I'm wondering.
Black. Coleman.
So we can bring the rest of the evidence with you today. That would
Bye, Kevin. Have a good lunch.
Diane requested for both sides here and from your side as well. There were a couple of items. Yes.
we just want to make sure to send it all. Thank you. I'm just wondering if any of you want all the big stuff left in here. Should I lock it up? Want me to burn it again?
Yeah, we may.
Okay, no problem.
So we could have access to it this afternoon. Thank you.
I do. Here. Just give this.
Yes, sorry, so there's there.
Can we get started?
We can have one moment, please.
Sure, I'd like to get started as close to 1:30 as possible, as promised to the jury.
We're ready. I'm ready at least.
Thank you. Mr. Reddy, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we are back on the record outside the presence of the jury in People versus Kevin Eastman, 20 CR 461. Any issues before we bring the jurors in?
No, none from people.
No.
Okay, let's bring the jurors in. When they come in, if everybody can please rise.
Please rise.
Hey, welcome to be seated. Hope you had a good lunch hour. Prosecution may call their next witness.
Your Honor, I would call Andrew Annan to the stand. Deputy Andrew Annan.
Good afternoon. Before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. If I could please have you raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Thanks. Why don't you make yourself comfortable? Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Deputy Andrew Annan. Last name is spelled A-N-N-A-N. I was a patrol deputy with the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
Great, thank you. Welcome to examine.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Annan, I noticed you walked in with a cane and you have flip-flops on. Are you doing okay?
Yes, I'm doing okay.
Okay, good. And does that relate to an injury that you had?
Yeah, not related to this case, but yeah.
Okay. I want to talk to you about your role in the search of the residents at 267112 WCR 45.
Okay.
On February the 17th, did you go out and document some things that were in the burn pit?
I did.
And I want to talk about those things that you documented. Firstly, when you got to the burn pit, can you describe that for the jury in terms of what was separated and what was inside the burn pit?
So the burn pit sat it was northeast of the residence. There were several outbuildings, but beyond the barn, just northeast of it, there was we called it a burn pit. It had metal framing, and it looked like it was like a three-sided building, like a lean-to on a farm you see on a farm. Had corrugated metal on the west, north, and east sides of it. The south side of it was open, and it looked like there had been previous burnt items inside it. Just to the south of the burn pit, there were two large dirt piles that sat directly south of the burn pit, and they were approximately 4 feet apart from each other. And between the dirt piles, there was what looked like there were several items that had started to burn and looked like they had been removed from what once was a fire.
And I want to talk about those items specifically that you found. I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 220, if I could approach.
Sure.
Deputy Annan, is that a photograph of one of the things that was found inside that burn pit?
It was.
And does that accurately reflect that item in the photograph?
Yes. It looked to me what looked like a red bed skirt.
Objection, speculation.
Are you guessing by what your observations were, what you were seeing in the burn pit?
Yes. I'm sorry.
What did you see?
It was a red material that I assumed to be what looked like a bed skirt or something. Being that it was so charred on part of it, it was difficult to tell exactly what it was before it was burned.
Overruled.
And that picture accurately reflects what you saw in that burn pit?
Yes.
At this time, the people would move to admit People's 220.
No objection.
220 is admitted into evidence.
And if we could publish 220, please.
Sure.
Is this that item that you were talking about? And if you look over to your right-hand side, it's on the screen.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We can take that down. I'm going to hand you some exhibits. In that burn pit, did you find some unknown clothing?
Yes.
If I could approach, Judge.
Sure. And again, if you're going to be approaching often, you have a standing order to not have to ask.
Deputy Annan, Is that, did you put those pieces of unknown clothing, did you put those pieces into a can?
I did.
All right. And does that have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does it also have some other tape that indicates that it was sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations? Or anything like that on there?
I mean, there's several markings of different blue tape, but I can. This is definitely something I submitted as evidence. The yellow tape obviously came from the lab.
And does it look in the same or substantially the same condition as when you placed it in there?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit People's Exhibit 117.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Guthrie asked him if it was unknown clothing he put in that can, but when I reviewed the label, that's not what is stated that's in there. So I'm not sure how this officer can say that's what's in there.
Do you want to clarify that?
I can't. There's a piece of tape covering it.
Is there a piece of tape covering that, the front part of that word?
Yes, there's the word forensic is the N in forensic is covering one of the words on the label that I put on the can.
Would it help you if you unpeeled that section of the tape to be able to identify it?
Yeah, I can try that. Yeah, the label says UNK, which is an abbreviation for unknown clothing from burn pit.
Any objection?
No.
117 is admitted.
Did you also, when you were taking items from that burn pit that had been piled up for you, was there also a glasses case?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 118. And People's Exhibit 118, is that an item that you found in that burn pit?
Yes, it is.
And is it, can you tell the jury what that is?
And to be more specific, these are one of the many items that were removed from the actual burn pit. This was actually found between the two dirt piles near the burn pit. But it's a case for like reading glasses, and there's some glasses inside it that are pretty well destroyed.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
Is there also indication on that item that it had been sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations or sent for further forensic testing?
I do not see anything that would indicate that it's been to the lab.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 119.
118?
Oh, sorry, 118.
Any objection?
No.
118 is admitted.
Did you also remove from that area a lighter nozzle?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's 119. And People's Exhibit 119, what is that?
It's the nozzle to a lighter. The nozzle is so you don't have to get with a big lighter, with like a cigarette lighter, you don't have to get so close to the fire. It just has the extra nozzle on it, so you're not having your hand inside of whatever you're lighting.
And was that found in the bulk of items that you were taking into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Does that look the same, or is it in substantially the same condition as when you took it into evidence?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 119.
Any objection?
No.
119 is admitted.
I'm handing you People's 120. And People's 120, what is that?
It is a black hoodie with a Colorado Rockies embroidered logo on it.
And was that also in that burn pit?
Yes, it was.
And does it look in the same or substantially the same condition as when you placed it into evidence?
Yes.
And is there an indication that that was sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations for forensic testing?
I don't see any indication that it was sent to the lab.
Do you see any alternative tape on there?
Yes, there's some extra tape on it.
Okay.
In packaging some of the evidence, sometimes one piece of tape won't do it. But in this case, it looks like somebody else took a look at it and then retaped it and sealed it.
Okay. And is it in the same or substantially same condition? I think you already said that it was, right?
The article of clothing is, yes.
At this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 120.
Any objection?
We request to see it, please.
Sure. Any objection?
No.
120 is admitted.
And Deputy Aaron, if you look at the label on here, does it indicate that it went to Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
Your Honor, I think this has been
Yes.
Wait. What, is there an objection?
asked and answered.
Overruled, you can answer the question.
Yes, there's a label on here from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
Thank you. Did you also recover a sock out of that burn
Yes, I
pit?
did.
People's Exhibit 121.
Ms. Guthrie, can you just,
Oh, sorry.
thank you. Thank you.
And item 121, is that a sock that you retrieved from that burn pit?
Yes, it is.
And is there any indication on the label part that it went to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
Yes, there is.
And is that sock in the same or substantially the same condition as when you placed it into evidence?
Yes, it looks like it's in the same condition it was in when I collected it.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 121.
Any objection?
No.
121 is admitted.
Thank you. People's Exhibit 122. And does that item look familiar to you as being keys?
Yes, it does.
And were those removed from that same burn pit we were discussing?
Yes, it was.
And do they look, are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 122.
Any objection?
No.
122 is admitted.
Ms. Beckham?
I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's 123. Is this melted wire that you found in the burn pit?
Yes, it is.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you placed it in evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 123.
Any objection?
No.
123 is admitted.
I'm going to hand you 124 and 125. So let's get 124 first. So item 124, are those some socks that you found in the burn pit?
Yes.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you placed them into evidence?
I don't know. It looks like it's been sent to CBI, it's called Bureau of Investigation, and with it being in a paper bag, I can't imagine it's in any better shape, but.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to the admission of this evidence. I would object to the admission of this evidence based on that lack of foundation
He wants to
and
view it.
personal knowledge.
Yeah, we can go ahead and,
Is there a pair of scissors up there?
Right here.
yeah, there's,
I think the court reporter actually has them. Let's get you a pair of gloves. And for the record, he's going to be unsealing the tape that's sealing the bag.
I'm just gonna go ahead and cut the side of the bag that doesn't have any tape on it.
You're welcome to re-ask the question.
I will. Now that you've looked inside.
Okay.
Is that what you collected from the burn pit?
Yes.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition, noting that you said it went to CBI as when you collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 124.
Any objection?
No.
124 is admitted.
Thank you. You can hand that to me and then a bag around it. And I also handed you People's 125. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And is that some melted plastic that you took from the burn pit?
Yes, it is.
And noting, do you know if it went to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
Yes, it did.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it? And if you need to open it, let me know.
Yeah, you'll have to, like I said, we'll have to answer it, but as far as the packaging and the label and everything, this is all stuff that I would have done before packaging the evidence.
If it helps you to go ahead and open it to identify it, go ahead and do that. There is the open.
I just need another pair of gloves.
Were you able to view it?
Yes, I was.
And is that the item that we were talking about, the melted plastic that was in the burn pit?
Yes.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's 125.
Any objection?
No.
125 is admitted.
Yeah. And just to be clear, you didn't take anything else into evidence from that area?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, please. Thank you. I will wait till Detective Atwood is done. And Judge, just so the court knows, I'm going to ask Deputy Atwood and Detective Atwood and Sergeant Porter to move these items and have us pull that table out and lay trace paper down so we can open the can and the jury can see what's inside.
Okay.
Thank you. he's doing that, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, so we heard you with Miss Guthrie sort of guessing whether or not the red item that you found in the burn pit was a bed skirt or not. And you did your best to sort of guess.
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization of that. He made a very clear statement about what his observations were. And we also published a photo. The evidence is what it is.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Okay. You weren't sure that that was a bed skirt.
From my life experiences and I guess my experience in life, it looked to me what looked like a red bed skirt.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask to approach Miss Palmer, please.
Sure.
And this is the government's exhibit 117. And I'm gonna ask that you open this, sir, okay?
Okay.
Or Detective Atwood, I don't know how they want to do it, but we would request it to be open, please. I'm not sure if the court has a preference who or if the government does. I don't know if you feel comfortable walking down there. Or...
I probably easier if Detective Atwood does it. Is that okay? Sure. So for the record, the exhibit seals being unsealed with a scissor.
I would request that the contents of that be laid out on the white trace paper, and I'll defer to the court and the government whether or not it's Detective Atwood or this witness who does it.
Do you have a preference, Ms. Guthrie?
Judge, I would just ask Detective Atwood to do it. He's right there. So.
Okay. And sir, this is the item, correct?
Judge, I'd like him to describe the item because item 117 is unknown clothing.
Can I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Judges, for the record, the exhibit can says clothing from burn pit, including red bed skirt. That's the parole title. Deputy Anon, is that correct?
It does say that.
So this is the red skirt you saw.
No, it is not.
Okay, but that's what the can says, right? You just read it. It says red skirt, correct?
It also said unknown burnt clothing.
And red bed skirt.
Yes.
I'm done with this. I'm not sure if Ms. Guthrie is going to want it on redirect or if we need to repackage it to avoid debris. I'm not done with my examination though, so I'm just asking whether or not.
So any redirect?
Oh, I'm going to have redirect, Judge, but if she's not done with her cross-examination, then.
Anything else, Ms. Devereaux?
Just that we would also request the jurors be able to have a closer look at this, considering the angle that they're at. I'm not sure if the court wants to have them walk past it or in light of the type of evidence it is, but that would be a request just because I believe the jurors on the back row and the front row to both sides may not be able to get a good look at it.
So let's try doing this. Why don't we just move, we can have two people move the desk to right in front of the jury to the center of the jury. Hopefully everybody can view it. If not, we'll figure out another plan. Can everybody see that? If anybody can't see that, just raise your hand. The record, nobody's raising their hand. Thank you. Ms. Devereaux, any other cross-examination?
Yes, please. So, sir.
We could move that table back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Sir, you were called to the address of 26712 Well County Road 45 as a field evidence technician.
Correct.
As a field evidence technician, you received specific training on how to investigate a crime scene.
Correct.
How to examine the scene and identify any items of evidentiary value.
Yes.
And you use those skills and training in this case.
Yes.
When you arrived on the property, it was the morning of February 17th.
Correct.
So that was day 2 of the search warrant.
Yes.
You had been briefed as to what was going on the property.
Yes.
You knew that Weld County Sheriff's Office deputies were on scene assisting Larimer County Sheriff's deputies executing a search warrant.
Yes.
And you also knew that the search warrant was related to a homicide.
Correct.
Specifically, potentially 2 homicides.
Yes.
And that briefing was important as you did your job on scene as a field evidence technician to know potentially what you were looking for.
Yes.
The first area of the property you searched was the detached garage.
And Judge, I'm going to object at this time as to beyond the scope. I spoke about the items from the burn pit and admitted the items from the burn pit. That's all we're talking about.
So it does exceed the scope, Ms. Devereaux. You could, unless the parties want to stipulate to allow her to exceed the scope, you can always call him as your witness.
And Your Honor, I believe we had an agreement previously with Mr. Wren because this witness has lights.
If there's a stipulation, let me know. If there's not, then you could recall him as a witness.
There's a stipulation, I believe.
Great.
Thank you. So again, the first area of the property you searched and processed was the detached garage.
Yes.
This included the ground area in the garage,
Correct.
the walls,
Yes.
any objects in the garage,
Yes.
and you were looking for potentially any blood spatter in the walls,
Yes.
and you did not observe any blood in the garage.
No, I did not.
You did not observe any stains that were consistent with the presence of blood either.
No, I did not.
And when you returned to the scene the next day on February 18th, 2020, you went back to that same detached garage for a second time.
Yes, I did.
And again, carefully searched that detached garage for any type of evidence relating to either homicide.
Correct.
And again, you did not locate any blood.
No, I did not.
And when you returned that second day, you had the benefit of a metal detector.
Yes, I did.
And one of the first areas you searched with the metal detector was the burn pit.
Yes, the burn pit and the area surrounding it.
Correct. Because again, you received information that there was potentially a missing bullet.
Correct.
And with the benefit of the metal detector at the burn pit area, you did not locate any bullets.
No.
Or any firearms.
No.
Or any knives.
No.
You also used the metal detector in the area surrounding the burn pit, as you said.
Yes.
Including there was a chicken coop area.
Yes.
And again, you were unsuccessful in locating any type of bullets.
Correct.
Or shell casings.
Yes.
Or firearm.
Yes.
Or knife.
Yes.
And in searching the burn pit area, you found, you and other deputies, found household trash items.
Yes.
Such as, I'll give you more specific, mail.
Yes.
Pictures were taken of that mail that was located in the burn pit?
Yes, it was.
Would you recognize those?
If I took the pictures, yes, I'd recognize them.
Okay. Your Honor, I am going to be showing the witness what's been marked as DD1, DD2, DD3. Do I still have permission to approach?
Yes.
Sir, let me know when you've had a chance to review. Are you done?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You recognize those three pictures, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize them because they're pictures of you took of mail that you located in the burn pit area when you were helping with the search warrant either on February 17th or February 18th.
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate representations of the pictures that you took of the mail that you located in the burn pit.
Yes, they are.
At this time, Your Honor, we would move to admit Defense Exhibit DD1 through DD3.
Any objection?
People have no objection.
Request to publish, please.
DD1, 2, and 3 are admitted into evidence. You're welcome to publish.
Thank you. Sir, behind you is DD1. And what is that?
The angle, I got kind of a glare, so I'm going to look at the pictures.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that is mail?
Yes, it looks like a billing statement from Verizon.
And it's addressed to Troy Bonnell, correct?
Correct.
DD2, please. And just so you know, for your benefit, we have the exhibit stickers actually on the back of those too. And is this is more mail?
Yes.
And you're able to make out who the mail is addressed to?
Not entirely. The Verizon bill clearly has Troy Bonnell's name on it. but the other two pieces of mail were, I had trouble distinguishing whose name was exactly on them.
Okay, and DD3, please. What about this one?
Okay.
Are you able to decipher a name or an address on that piece of mail?
Yes, on the white envelope, it's addressed to, it just says, what I can read is Bonnell, and then it's smudged and it says services. And the green envelope is addressed to a Troy Milo Bonnell.
Okay. And during your search, thank you, sir. During your search of the burn pit, you did not locate any mail to Miss Heather Frank?
The name doesn't sound familiar.
Okay. Or Mr. Scott Sessions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you did find in the burn pit some syringes.
Yes.
And you also took pictures of those syringes.
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I am showing what's been marked as Defense Exhibit DD4 and DD5.
Okay.
And sir, you recognize those two pictures that I have handed you
Yes, I do.
because you took those
Yes, I did.
and you took those of the syringes that you located in the burn pit at Mr. Bonnell's residence.
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate representations of the two pictures that you took of syringes in the burn pit.
Yes.
This time we have moved to admit defense exhibits DD4 and DD5, please.
Any objection?
No.
DD4 and 5 are admitted.
Request to publish, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Sir, this is what we're seeing here, a picture of two syringes located near tent or evidence marker tent 15, correct?
Yes.
Next picture, please. This is at a different location, and we see in the middle the top of another syringe.
Yes.
Thank you. And sir, you also went around the property to check for fuel canisters
I did.
and fuel tanks,
Yes.
because there, through the course of the search warrant, there was fuel canisters and fuel tanks obvious around the property.
Yes, there were.
You took note of how many fuel tanks and canisters were on the property within the detached garage.
Yes.
You found 2 fuel canisters inside the detached garage.
Correct.
One of the canisters was a red plastic fuel canister with a black funnel,
Yes.
and that had approximately 2 gallons of liquid in it.
Yes, it did.
And sir, you're familiar with how gasoline smells?
Yes, I am.
You've gassed up a car before?
Yes.
Okay. And you smelled that canister,
Yes, I did.
and that canister smelled like gasoline.
Yes.
You also searched the second detached garage, which was a smaller single garage on the property.
Yes.
And in there was 2 more fuel canisters.
Yes.
There was a metal canister,
Yes.
and that metal canister had approximately 1 gallon of liquid in it.
Correct.
And that liquid, again, based on your life experiences, smelled like gasoline.
Yes, it did.
You also located a fuel tank on a Ford flatbed pickup,
Yes.
and the truck was parked just south of the red barn.
Yes.
That fuel tank also had what appeared to be a yellow liquid,
Yes, it did.
and that liquid also smelled consistent with gasoline or fuel.
No, yeah, I believe it. In my report, I put fuel because it smelled like a fuel. It didn't specifically smell like gasoline to me, but
Okay. but it smelled consistent with some sort of fuel.
Yes.
So you located many different locations across the Bonnell property where there was some sort of fuel and or gasoline.
Yes.
Can I have one moment, please?
Sure.
Nothing further at this time. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Yes. Deputy Annan, you write reports regularly, correct? As a
Yes.
deputy? And when you're taking items into evidence, you write the report and it notes specifically what you took into evidence. It has what we call an evidence tag, right?
Correct.
And you note specifically what that is, correct?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you back that canister for a second here, if I could.
And Your Honor, I just want to put out for the record that we just observed Ms. Guthrie touch the inside of that container without gloves, and I just want to make sure that's known for the record in case any further testing needs to be done.
That canister, where you have your notation, what is the item tag number?
The item tag number on the label that I made for this piece of evidence is marked W as in William 20-1213 and is labeled. Can I get some gloves so I can read the label a little better?
Just one will be sufficient.
The label that I made specifically says unknown clothing burn pit supplement number 15.
And the other label that's there, is that your label or is that Colorado Bureau of Investigation's label?
That is a label from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
In your report, you noted what number.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you note in your report what number the red bed skirt is?
Yes, I believe I did. Yes.
And do you know off the top of your head what the red bed skirt number was?
I'd have to look at my report to, because I marked them. I wrote it down what each item was that I removed from the burn pit.
Would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of your report?
Yes, it would.
Page 297.
You're welcome to do so.
Thank you.
So the can before me is marked W20-1213, and like I said, I labeled it unknown burnt clothing. The red bed skirt would have been evidence number W20-1250, labeled red bed skirt.
Thank you. And if we could please publish People's 220.
Why don't we wait just one moment here?
Sure.
Can the parties go on Bluetooth for a minute, please? we move that table? Thank you. All right, you're welcome to redirect.
Thank you, Judge. And if we could publish 220, please. And Deputy Annan, is this the red bed skirt that you collected
Yes, it is.
at the W20-1250?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Any recross on that limited issue?
Can we go on Bluetooth, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So we're going to call another witness. I think it's going to be a shorter witness, and then we're going to recall you for a few more questions, okay?
Okay.
Just to keep things moving. Okay, so you're welcome to step down. I'm going to respectfully ask that you wait outside until you're going to be recalled, hopefully in a few minutes, okay? Prosecution may call their next witness.
The people will call Deputy Dan Black to the stand.
Good afternoon. Just have you come on up to the witness stand, and I'll swear you in before you sit down. Yep. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Detective Daniel Black. B-L-A-C-K.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Black. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you about some items that you collected at the autopsy of Heather Frank on February the 18th of 2020. Do you remember going to that autopsy?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And part of your duties at that autopsy was to collect specific items from related to the autopsy, correct?
It was.
So I'm going to be admitting some pieces of evidence through you. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 111 and, sorry, I'm going to start with 110. 110.
Okay.
Deputy Black, People's Exhibit 110, is that wire found, that was found around Heather Frank?
Yes, this is the wire that was wrapped around the plastic.
And you collected that wire, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you originally collected it?
It is.
Do you also see an indication there that that was sent to the Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 110.
Any objection?
No, sir.
110's admitted.
Thank you. I'm also going to hand you People's Exhibit 109. Deputy Black, while you were attending the autopsy of Ms. Frank, did you actually take some DNA swabs?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 109, what is that a swab of?
These were swabs that were taken from the neck of Ms. Franks.
And can you tell the jury if that item is in the same or substantially the same condition as when you took it?
It is in the same condition.
And does it also indicate that it was sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 109.
Any objection?
No, sir.
109's admitted.
And you, People's Exhibit 111.
You can have a seat. She's going to ask you some questions about it.
People's Exhibit 111. As part of your duties when you went to the autopsy, did you collect other items that were present around the decedent Ms. Frank?
I did. This is the plastic that Ms. Franks was wrapped inside of.
And looking at that item, is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It's substantially the same.
Also, is there an indication that that one was sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
Yes, I see it on there.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 111.
Any objection?
No, sir.
111 is admitted.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 112. Can you tell the jury what People's Exhibit 112 is?
This is the pink sweatshirt that was on Miss Franks.
And was that sweatshirt taken off of her during the course of the autopsy?
It was.
And you collected that as well?
I did.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It's in the same condition.
Your Honor, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 112.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
112 is admitted.
Now, People's Exhibit 113, what is that?
This is the outer jacket that Miss Franks had on.
And you said she had on an outer jacket,
Yes.
and that was collected at the autopsy as well.
It was.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It is in the same condition.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 113.
Any objection?
No.
113 is admitted.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibits 114, 115, and 116. Can you tell the jury what People's Exhibit 114 is?
114 is the pack of Marlboro 100s that were found laying on top of Mrs. Franks.
When you say they were laying on top of her, can you just describe that for the jury?
When the plastic was removed, the cigarette box was laying up around her on the upper chest, neck area.
And you took a picture of that as well, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 114, is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the autopsy?
It's the same.
Is there also a notation on that item that was sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
There is.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 114.
Any objection?
No, sir.
114 is admitted.
And People's Exhibit 115, what is that?
115 is the recovered projectile that was removed from Miss Franks.
And that was, you also collected at the time of autopsy,
Collected
correct?
at the autopsy, and I photographed it as well.
And when that was recovered, can you tell the jury about what your observations were when that was actually recovered out of her body.
It was on her back. It was upper left part of her back, and I could see the wound there, and it was an unusual looking wound. And at the time, the forensic pathologist explained to me what type of wound it was.
Oh, I wouldn't ask you about what he said. I just want your observations.
Wait. So for the record, also stand the objection.
Okay.
Why don't you re-ask the question?
Sure. So what were your observations of how that was recovered from her back by the doctor?
The pathologist took a small scalpel and made a small incision, was able to pull the projectile out.
And that item 115, is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was recovered from Ms. Frank?
It is in the same condition.
Is there also indication whether that was sent to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
There is an indication, yes.
At this time, Judge, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 115.
Any objection?
No, sir.
115 is admitted.
And People's Exhibit 116. What is that?
This is a DNA card that's produced at autopsies.
And you were responsible for collecting that card, correct?
Correct. The autopsy assistant creates it, puts it in an envelope, and then hands it to me.
Okay. And is that item in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It's in the same condition.
And does it look like it has also gone to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
It did go.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 116.
Any objection?
No, sir.
116 is admitted.
Thank you. Judge, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Deputy Black.
Devereaux, you're welcome to cross-examine.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Deputy Black.
Good afternoon, Counsel.
Or is it detective now?
It's all the same, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize.
That's
I do not
okay.
want to offend you. You just spoke with Ms. Guthrie at length about items that you collected during Ms. Frank's autopsy. You indicated that, and then we saw the one bullet that was recovered from her body.
Yes, ma'am.
There was also a second bullet hole in her body.
Yes.
So you can say yes or no for Ms. Palmer?
Yes, yes.
And that second projectile was never located during autopsy.
It was not.
During autopsy, in addition to the DNA card that we just saw, you also collected some hair from Ms. Frank.
Yes.
From her head.
Yes.
And you also logged that into evidence as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And you logged that into evidence according to your agency's policy and procedures.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thanks. Any redirect?
And Judge, he can.
Any redirect?
No, I don't have any further redirect, Judge. I would just ask to publish some of these items to the jury that we admitted.
Sure.
Thank you.
You can sit. Not yet, because after you publish, I'm going to ask the jury if they have any questions.
Okay.
So you're welcome to publish.
So this is People's 115.
Would you like me to give it to my clerk to pass around? And maybe we'll start in different areas. We can get it moving a little bit quicker.
But this would be People's 115. And then this is 110.
like we have at least one question from a juror. Maybe, actually, we have a few. Detective, there's 4 questions that are being asked by the jurors. I've approved all 4 of them. I'm going to read them to you. First question. Was there any clear indication that the outer coat was worn by Ms. Frank at the time of the injury?
I can say that we found the outer coat on Miss Frank. When she had it on, I don't know.
Thank you. The next question reads, is the bullet copper? And I don't want you to speculate or guess. If you have the ability to answer that question, you're welcome to.
I'm not sure what the makeup of the projectile itself was.
Thank you. Next question. Question reads, why did you pull DNA of the neck? I'm not sure if that should read, why did you pull DNA off the neck or of the neck?
On major cases, there is a series of evidence items that we take. Included in these are swabs of common areas of assault, fingernail scrapings, those types of things. So that's just a normal thing that happens on major cases.
The last question, which is similar to the first question, but it's written a little bit differently, reads, did black outer jacket have any bullet holes or blood?
The green outer jacket did not have any holes in the upper left chest like the inside sweatshirt did. There was some blood on the fur around the hood.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Ms. Guthrie?
Yes, briefly. Deputy Black, what about on the back inside of that jacket? Was there any blood that
There was also some blood inside of there on the back of the jacket.
We're talking about jacket. We're talking about the outer jacket.
The outer jacket.
Yes, sir. The green outer jacket. It had some blood on the back inside of it also.
Okay. That. And with regard to that outer jacket, was there anything on the inside of that outer jacket that indicated that a bullet went through and deformed any of that piece of it?
We didn't find any defects in the outer green jacket at all.
Even on the inside?
Even on the inside, we didn't find any there.
But we did find some...
there was some blood.
Some blood?
Yes.
And blood around the...
and blood around the fur on the hood.
The fur on the hood. Thank you. I have no further question.
Ms. Devereaux, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Any other questions from the jury? Looks like we have one more question. So Detective, I've reviewed and have approved another juror question, and please only answer it if you have the ability to answer. Please don't guess or speculate. Is the spacing of the holes in the pink jacket same as the spacing of wounds?
It was not. The wounds on Miss Frank's chest were closer together than the defects in the jacket.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Ms. Guthrie?
Judge, no other follow-up based on that.
Ms. Devereaux?
No, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you're welcome to step down. We appreciate your time. This is subpoena discharge from the prosecutor's perspective.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Devereaux?
Not from ours yet.
So you're going to remain on call. Do the parties
Thank you, sir.
Do the parties need to take a brief break?
I believe probably.
I think that would be good.
Okay. We're going to take our afternoon break for about 15 minutes. You know what I'm about to say, but I'll say it anyway. Until the trial is completed, do not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss this trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about this case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or encyclopedias or dictionaries. Finally, it's especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. So we'll see you back about 3:25 or so, okay? Let's all please rise for the jury. All right, meeting recess for about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Well, I think we're going to recall it. Vessels, and then
Enjoy your break.
Messer,
Thank you.
Coleman, and Overbid. That's all then they will get to. Okay.
where my judicial assistant is. Sure, can you maybe see Christina is in the office? We can grab her. She may be, okay. Okay, we are on the record outside the presence of the jury. It's 3:26. And Ms. Devereaux, you had an issue you wanted to discuss?
Yes, sir. The court issued a sequestration order throughout various times of this case, including for this trial. Obviously, the purpose of the sequestration order is so that one witness testifies based only on their memory and not any other witnesses. So during break today, off the hallway where our room is, across the hallway is the prosecution's room where they keep their witnesses. Myself, Ms. Morris, and our investigator, Mr. Vantes, overheard Mr. Wren practicing his direct of one of his witnesses out front of 3 other witnesses who have yet to testify, including what he was going to ask and what information he expected as an answer. Obviously, that's a concern to us, so I knocked on the door, I entered, and I confirmed that that is what he was doing and who was in the room, and I can provide those names to the court if the court would like. And Mr. Wren appeared to not be bothered by that and continued with his questioning. And by questioning, I mean of practicing essentially what his question and what the expected response would be back, it seemed like. And so I think this is a violation of the sequestration order. Our request would be to the court issue an order that all witnesses should be kept separately until they're testified to avoid this happening in the future.
Mr. Wren?
I don't believe it's a violation of the sequestration order. There was Deputy Pete Mesker of the Larimer County Sheriff's Office. He is only going to be testifying to the GPS tracker data and how it was downloaded. I was asking him about the GPS tracker data. Nobody else in that room has anything to do with the GPS tracker data. And then the other witness I was talking to was Jeremy Coleman of the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, and he collected some things from Mr. Eastman's person, and we will be admitting some items through him. None of the other witnesses were involved in his collection. So these are witnesses that we've previously met with and had witness prep meetings with. I was just confirming once again what information I was going over with those 2 witnesses. I was going to be talking to those 2 witnesses about, and that's essentially it. Both of those witnesses have access and have had access to all of the police reports in this case. None of that information was new to anybody.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Devereaux?
Just that I do believe that there is some overlap between Vessels and Coleman, specifically if the court recalls from prior hearings at the Phillips 66 gas station. Deputy Vessels was the second officer who took custody of Mr. Eastman and then essentially delivered him to Mr. Coleman, who then transported him to the Larimer County Sheriff's Office. So both of those officers presumably were around Mr. Eastman during the first few moments after his arrest. Both officers were around him when he was searched, and both officers were around him for any potential statements or any evidence. And I have a problem with the government's response of, well, so they have access to each other's reports. If that's the situation, then why would we ever have a sequestration order? Because all officers in every case have access to each other's report. The idea behind that is it's not fresh in their memory right before they're going to take the stand at a trial like this. And by doing that practice session that he just had, he's making it sure that every witness we hear from this afternoon has that information now fresh in their mind when they wouldn't have before.
So I'm not sure that the purpose of the sequestration order is to avoid witnesses' testimony being tainted. I'm not sure how their testimony would be tainted if they had access to it beforehand and they are testifying for a very limited purpose.
again, it's yes, they may have had access to it, but they may not have, it may not be fresh in their mind since their reports are presumably 2 years old, over 2 years old at this point. Secondly, now they know potentially where Mr. Wren is going, what their theory of the case is, and what other witnesses are saying. And so again, I think it not only brings this information that they may not have known or may not have sought out before into their memories, and now they're aware of it. And again, what would the entire purpose of the sequestration order be but to prevent that from happening?
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Wren?
The purpose of the sequestration order is that so witnesses who've already testified don't communicate to other witnesses what they have told the jury. That is not relevant here.
And I want to make one more thing clear. Deputy Anand was one of those individuals who has testified in the past. He just finished testifying, and we're recalling him.
And I didn't even address him.
Thanks. So at this point, the court's going to find that there has been no unfair taint of witnesses' testimony. There's no unfair prejudice to Mr. Eastman. The court is finding that based on the facts that you're presenting to me, there's not a violation of a sequestration order. And so I'm not going to take any further action. And are we ready for the jury to come in so we can continue with the testimony of Deputy Anand now that the parties have the exhibits that they didn't have previously?
Your Honor, I believe we are. That was my only issue, but I just want to make sure the court would not be precluding me from potentially going in, or Ms. Morris from crossing any of those individuals in that room on the fact that they essentially were prepped with other witnesses by Mr. Wren.
You can ask those questions. They seem relevant. Okay, let's stand up. Let's bring the jury in.
Please rise.
You're welcome to be seated. Sorry for the delay. We had a couple of legal issues we needed to resolve. And prosecution may recall Deputy Anand.
Thank you. The people would call Andrew Annan.
Anand, I'm sorry. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable. Given the lapse of time, I'm going to just swear you in again, okay? And so do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. No need to introduce yourself to the jury, and you're welcome to continue with the testimony.
Thank you. Deputy Annan, I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 233. Take a look at that. That Exhibit 233, does it have a specific evidence tag number on it?
Yes, it does.
What is the evidence tag number?
The evidence tag number is W20-1250.
And does it also have an indication of what is inside that?
Yes, it does.
What does it say?
The label that I made says bed skirt pit supplement number 15.
I am going to ask you to open that item, and let me get you some.
Can we have maybe...
Yes. I'll get these, and I'll have Deputy Atwood.
No objection.
Detective Atwood. He's here. I'm going to have you go ahead and open it, look in the bag, and then I'm going to ask you if that is the item that you collected from the burn pit. And then I'm going to have Deputy Detective Atwood display it.
So for the record, the witnesses cutting open Exhibit 230, bag of 233.
And Deputy Annan, is that the red bed skirt that you collected?
Yes, this looks like this is the red bed skirt that I collected that day.
Okay, thank you. If you could please, if we could publish, Judge, we are going to move to admit People's Exhibit number 233.
Before you publish, any objection to the admission of 233?
I would just, no objection to the admission. I would just object to the classification of as a bed skirt, but that was what the label said, so that's fine, no objection.
So 233 is admitted. You're welcome to publish.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I please stand up?
Of course.
And if you could, I think we should move it closer to the jury so they can see.
You're welcome to stand and come closer if you like.
And Your Honor, if you could also just turn it as well, because there's some things on the underneath.
Sure. Of course.
And Deputy Annan, is that the item that was photographed that I showed you, People's Exhibit 220?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Deputy.
Thanks. Any cross?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury? Okay, you're welcome to step down. We appreciate your time. May he be excused, discharged from his subpoena.
Judge, he may be excused by the people.
Ms. Devereaux?
He also may be excused from our subpoena. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you. It's okay, perhaps if we can have that exhibit packed up again. You don't have to keep it. You can move the table if you like. Just give us a minute. Was Exhibit 233 put on that new plastic?
Why did you make a record for?
Yes.
So for the record, 233 was repackaged into a clear plastic bag. So now we're going to put an Exhibit tab 233. Everybody agree?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Okay, next witness, please.
People call Deputy Pete Mesker to the stand.
Good afternoon. Before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Pete Mesker, Mesecher.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon, sir. Are you a sworn peace officer with the Larimer County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been so?
I've been there since June of 2005.
All right. And were you involved in the investigation into the recovery of the body of Scott Sessions near Pingree Park?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Later on in that investigation, as it progressed, were you asked to remove a GPS tracking device from Subaru Crosstrek with a license plate number of ATI 673?
Yes, sir.
And did you accomplish that task?
I'm sorry, I did.
And was that accomplished on February 20th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what did you do with the tracking device once you removed it from the vehicle?
Once I removed it, I uploaded the data off of the tracking device into evidence at the Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And is that a common practice when removing a tracking device to obtain the information on that device?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we've had some testimony about how the tracking device works from a previous witness. Is it true that you can watch in live time the information provided by that tracking device, but then you can also download the historical data that's on the device?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with these tracking devices?
Yes, I am.
How so?
I was asked to do some T&E on some different tracking devices. We have other ones with our Sheriff's Office. The Covert Track is one that I researched out to the company, and we've used those tracker for several years.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit and maybe pull that mic a little closer to your...
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
There you go. Thank you. And generally, if you could explain how the information is translated or transferred from the tracking device itself to the servers for the company that ultimately this data is housed in.
Over the cellular network.
Okay. And does the data first go through some satellites before it gets uploaded?
Yeah, it goes to the cellular network and then it goes onto their servers.
Okay. And then you can access their servers for the information that you desire. Is that right?
You can access it to view, and then you download it off of the tracking device as well.
Okay.
And off the server.
And then when you say you can download it from the server, do you download it to your system and then log that into evidence?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 181, which is a DVD. Do you recognize that DVD?
Yes, it has my initials and today's date on it.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review the contents of that specific disc?
Yes, sir.
And what does it contain?
It has the tracking data from the Subaru Crosstrek.
All right. And is that a complete set of data for the tracking device that you downloaded or removed from the Subaru and downloaded to the Larimer County system?
Yes, it does.
And is it a fair and accurate reproduction of that data?
Yes, it is.
People would offer Exhibit 181 into evidence.
Any objection?
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, could I just have a brief word here?
Sure.
Good afternoon. I just want to clarify one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
The data that is on that disk, was that downloaded from the website or from the physical GPS tracker that was affixed to the vehicle?
This would have been from the website that's uploaded to Covert Track system and then downloaded.
And is the data on the GPS, the physical tracker, any different than what can be viewed or accessed on the website?
Sorry, one more time.
Is there any difference between the data that's accessible on the website versus what is accessible through a physical download of the GPS tracker itself?
Sorry, Covert Tracks only goes to a website. We have different trackers that you can get off of tracking devices, and Covert Tracks only goes to their website.
Thank you. No objection.
Okay, and the exhibits admitted into evidence.
No further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Your Honor, I have very brief questions for this witness. However, it's outside the scope of direct examination. I don't know if the district attorney would agree to limit having to recall this witness.
Mr. Rudd?
No objection.
Thanks. And you're welcome to cross-examine on the issues that are beyond the scope.
Thank you. So you also responded to the scene up in Pingree Park, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you approach the area of the body?
I did.
And how did you approach?
I parked on Forest Road 152 and walked, I don't know exactly if it would have been west or whatever, walked toward the log that was near the body.
And prior to approaching the body, did you speak with the snowplow driver, William Mean?
Yes, I did.
And did he indicate to you how he had initially approached the body?
Yes, he did.
And did he show you that approach?
Yes, he did.
And can you describe for the jury how he approached?
He parked on County Road 63E and walked up a slight embankment and would have approached it from the opposite side of the log.
And were there any other tracks or foot impressions in the snow on that route that the snowplow driver took?
No, and he said there were no footprints prior to him going up.
And did you also have an opportunity to speak with Wildlife Officer Schwolwert?
I did.
And was he on scene prior to your arrival?
He was.
And did he also approach the body?
He did, but I don't know which direction he approached from.
Did he walk in the same footprint as the snowplow driver?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your report?
I could.
If I may approach, please.
Sure.
Page 5. Take a look at this and let me know when you're ready to just refresh.
Sorry, one moment.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did Wildlife Officer Schulwert indicate that he had walked to approach the body?
The same direction as William Main.
No further questions, thank you.
Any redirect, or excuse me, cross-examination on that exceeded scope?
No.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You're welcome to step down. Is he excused from his subpoenas?
Yes.
From the defense as well, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir, thank you. Do you want me to leave this up here?
Give it to the court reporter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
People call Sierra Vessels Martinez to the stand.
Good afternoon. Please have you raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone if you like. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you identify yourself for the record and introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My first name is Sierra. At the time of this investigation, my last name was Vessels. Currently, it is Martinez, Martinez.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for being patient and waiting for us.
Good afternoon.
Are you still a police officer?
Yes, I am.
You're no longer, however, employed by the Weld County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're now with Longmont. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay.
But taking you back to February of 2020, were you a deputy with the Weld County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was on patrol at that time.
Okay. And specifically, February 16th of 2020, were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
In the early morning hours?
Yes.
Okay. At approximately 9 a.m. on that date, were you dispatched to an emergency backup request at the Kersey gas station?
Yes.
And is that Weld County Sheriff's Office jurisdiction?
It is within Weld County, so we cover everything. Technically, it was in the city limits of Kersey, but there was no Kersey law enforcement on at that time, so I was the nearest law enforcement unit.
And so did you respond to the gas station?
Yes.
And was that to provide assistance to a Larimer County Sheriff's Sergeant Donnie Robbins?
Yes, it was.
And when you arrived at the gas station, what did you see?
I arrived and I saw an unmarked patrol car with the emergency lights activated, parked behind a Subaru hatchback, and Sergeant Robbins had a male placed in handcuffs standing near the patrol car.
Okay. And was Sergeant Robbins' vehicle equipped to take custody of the person he had under arrest?
No, it's not. He did not have what we call a cage in the back seat. And since I was in a fully marked patrol car and a full uniform, I had that cage in the back of my patrol car where I was able to put a custody.
And did you take possession of Mr. Eastman at that time and place him in the back of your patrol car?
Yes, I did.
And do you see that person, Mr. Eastman, here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And can you point to him and describe what he's wearing and where he's seated, please?
He's wearing a black shirt and black glasses.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
Very well.
And before you placed him in the back of your patrol car, did you conduct a pat search?
Yes, I did. We always search somebody before we put them in the back of our car.
Okay. And is that a complete search or is a pat search something different?
So the primary focus at that point, given especially since I didn't know the circumstances of what was going on, was just to check for weapons, firearms or knives. It was February, it was cold, he was wearing a lot of layers, and so I searched the surface and found a significant amount of cash in both pockets, and then I placed that back in his pockets, and I found a freshly opened pack of cigarettes and a lighter in another pocket.
Okay, when you said you found significant amount of cash in both pockets, what pockets are you referring to?
His front pant pockets.
Okay. And you said you placed all of that cash back into those respective pockets?
Yes, I told him I did not want to be responsible for that amount of money, so I just left it on his person.
Okay. And it, to your knowledge, remained with him while he was placed in the back of your patrol car?
Yes.
And the same is true of the cigarette pack and the lighter?
Yes.
Subsequently, did another Larimer County Sheriff's deputy arrive and take custody of the defendant at that time and transport him away from the gas station?
Yes.
All right. Did you have any more involvement with Mr. Eastman?
No, I did not.
Later that same day, did you become aware that a deceased body had been found on the property of Troy Bunnell in the Kersey area?
Yes, at about 4:30 that afternoon.
And were you asked to respond to that location and assist in conducting a search of that property?
Yes, at the time I was assigned to the field evidence technician team, so I was responsible for assisting with evidence collection at the scene.
And there were several different field evidence technicians on scene for the Weld County Sheriff's Office at that time.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it was a very large property. It took a lot of us.
And were each of you assigned different areas to search, or how were those tasks divided up?
Tasks were assigned. I don't know what everybody else was assigned to. I only know what I was assigned to, and I waited until the search warrant was signed. So I responded back out to the address about 4:30, and then at about 6 o'clock, the search warrant was signed. And at that point, we went in and assisted with a few minor tasks that evening.
Okay. And that was on the 16th?
Yes.
And did that search continue into the 17th and 18th as well?
Yes, it did.
And were you involved on the 17th and 18th?
Yes.
All right. At some point, were you tasked with conducting a search of the detached garage area?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And when you're assigned a task like that, are you taking photographs of what you observe as you search?
Yes.
Okay. Do you initially take photographs of items as they are in their original condition and location?
Correct.
And then you start digging into things. Is
Yes.
that fair to say?
Yep.
And then as you dig, you take more photographs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's just to document the various stages of the search. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. And are other FETs also involved in helping to collect things as they are discovered?
Yes, typically there's somebody searching, somebody photographing, and then somebody logging the items on paper.
All right. So the person who finds something may photograph it, but it may be somebody else who collects it and actually logs it into evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that a normal process?
Yes.
Especially in a search warrant this massive?
Yes.
All right. You said that you were involved in the initial search of the detached garage. Do you recall which day that was?
That was on, the initial search was on the 16th, that evening.
All right. Your Honor, if I could request to republish People's Exhibit 61, which is a photograph that was previously admitted.
Sure.
Yep. Is that better? Okay.
And there's a pointer if you need to use it by your left hand.
Okay.
All right. This was a photograph that was previously admitted earlier in the trial. Is that a photograph that you recognize?
Yes, it is.
What is it?
That is a pile of items in the detached garage that I was advised was connected to the defendant.
Okay. Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that the condition of those items as you first observed them?
Yes.
Okay. Where in the garage is that particular pile of items?
So it's a, like I said, detached garage. There's a typical 2-car garage door, and then on the south side of that detached garage was a man door, and this pile of items was right inside that man door.
Okay. And is that man door the one that's visible in the upper left-hand corner of that photograph?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Where would the main garage doors that you would drive into be?
From the perspective of where I took this photo, the main garage door would be behind me.
Okay. And so off to the right of the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. We can see a tool, a tool belt, a a cooler. And what else were you photographing in that item?
There is a pile of jeans. There's a few other clothing items, and then there's also a toolbox there that can, I don't know if I can use this, that red toolbox right there.
Okay. And did this pile of items seem separated from other things of this nature in the garage?
Yes, it did.
How so?
It just was piled. It was a lot of items in one pile. Everything else was somewhat organized, and this was not. And other things were on shelves and seemed to be in a place where they belonged, but this was just on the floor.
Were there other clothing items in that area of the garage at all that are not depicted in this photograph?
Not that I remember.
And then you were not necessarily involved in collecting the items that are depicted in this photograph. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Other field evidence technicians were involved in that?
Yes.
Did you proceed to move to the inside of the house that is offset from this particular garage?
Yes, I did.
And that's the home of Troy Bunnell?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach her?
Sure.
Was one of your tasks in searching the inside of Troy Bunnell's home, did it involve looking for firearms?
Yes, it did.
On what day was it that you were looking for firearms?
The 17th, so the second day of the search warrant.
All right. And were you the primary person responsible for that? Or were there other people involved as well?
There was other people involved as well.
Did you document the location of different firearms that were located?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I marked them with evidence. I let other pair with evidence markers. I let other evidence technicians know. And I don't remember who exactly was writing everything down on our list, but we had a communication train going basically to notate when we found something of significance.
And where it was found?
Yes.
Okay. And if you found a firearm, that was something of significance, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you know at that point, was there any indication that the body that had been found on the property the day before had died of a gunshot wound or gunshot wounds?
No, I was not aware.
So you guys were looking for firearms because they're firearms?
Yes.
And were you photographing the location in which you found those firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And communicating to others where they were found?
Yes.
If I could have you look at what has been marked for identification as People's Exhibits 82 through 87 inclusive, and just let me know when you've had an opportunity to review those items.
Okay.
Okay. And for the record, those are photos that have previously been labeled as People's Exhibits 82 through 87. Is that correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the scenes depicted in each of those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And do those photographs document the location of various firearms or firearm-related equipment that was located inside Troy Bunnell's house during that search?
Yes.
Did you take each of those photographs?
Yes, I did.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the scene as you observed it during the course of the search for the firearms?
Yes.
People would offer Exhibits 82 through 87 inclusive into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
82 through 87 inclusive are admitted.
All right. And do all of these photographs depict the original location of the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you move them to a different location just to get a better view of the firearm for a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. So that I'm understanding that, did you take a picture of the firearm initially in its original location?
Yes.
Then did you remove it to a different place if that original location was hard to photograph?
Yes, most of the guns were not easily photographed in their original location.
All right, so if you could, as we go through these, if you could just tell us whether or not what we're looking at is a firearm in its original location or whether or not it had been moved for purposes of the photograph.
Okay.
Okay. So if I could start with People's Exhibit 82. And there you go.
So this is standing from the door of Mr. Brownell's bedroom, and you can see right here there are two firearms that we believed were firearms leaning up against the fridge there. That was their original location.
Okay, and you're pointing to an area in the center of the photograph that is People's Exhibit 82, and you're pointing to an area that is just to the left of the small refrigerator and behind a desk chair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of firearms did those turn out to be?
One of them turned out to be a pellet gun. It was not a real firearm, and one was a 20 gauge shotgun.
Okay. If we could publish 83, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is Mr. Bonnell's closet, and as you can see, there's obviously a lot of stuff in there. This brown case turned out to be a rifle bag with a rifle inside of it.
What type of rifle was that?
It's a .22 rifle.
And this is looking into the closet?
Yes.
Okay. Where would the door of the closet be, or can you help orientate us to this photograph?
Yeah, so this is the frame of the closet here, and the door would be off to the left. And then the bag was originally in the back corner of that closet.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Where we see the case for the firearm in this photograph is not where it was originally located?
Correct. It was completely behind this container and the clothing, so I could not photograph it at all in its original location.
Okay, so this is one of those photographs or situations where you removed it from its original location in order to photograph it here?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of, you said it's a case?
Yeah.
Was it soft or hard?
A soft brown leather case.
Anything else you noted about that case or the firearm as you observed it in its original location?
Yeah, the case was dusty, and it was very obvious that it had not been touched in quite a while. It was buried in the back of the closet, and if it would have been touched recently, then the dust would have been disturbed.
Okay, if we could publish 84, please. What are we looking at here?
This is that rifle that was inside the rifle case. And that is after I took it out of the case and laid it on Mr. Bonnell's bed in order to get a better photograph of it.
All right. And can you describe the rifle a little bit more? Is it a single shot? Is there a magazine?
It's a .22 caliber long ammo rifle, so single shot.
Okay.
There's no magazine with it.
All right. Is it a bolt action or?
I don't know.
Okay. And then in this photograph, it looks like there's also a second gun at the very top of 84. Is that correct?
Yes, I do see that now.
And is that going to be depicted in a different photograph?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you just laid it out on what looks like a bed or something here, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. If we could publish 85. What are we looking at here?
This is another pellet-style rifle that was located in Mr. Bonnell's bedroom.
Is that the same one that you previously described as being leaned up against the refrigerator?
No, it is not.
Okay, where did this one come from?
This one was on the left side of the room, or the left side of his bed.
Okay. And so this is a second pellet gun in that same bedroom?
Correct.
All right. And again, this is has been moved for purposes of photographing the gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could pull up 86.
86.
86, please. What are we looking at here? And we're being told there's a glare and it might be hard to see. So
Yeah,
you need to
yeah.
reference the photos in your possession.
This is the same, so the photo that had the firearm at the top of the image, this is that same photo that you can see at the top of the previous image. So the first firearm you see at the bottom of this image.
Where was this firearm located?
This one was the one next to the refrigerator.
Okay. And what type of firearm was this?
That's the 20 gauge shotgun.
Okay. And 87, please. What is this a picture of?
That also is the 20 gauge shotgun.
Okay, just placed in a different location?
Yes, that looks like it may have been on the kitchen table in order to just get a better photograph of it.
Okay. As you searched for firearms throughout this house and the garage and throughout that property, at any time did you locate a Ruger 22 single six revolver?
No, I did not locate any revolvers.
Did you also assist the Greeley Fire Department in searching a particular area of this property?
Yeah, along the north side of the property, there is a ditch. And so we called out the fire department in order to search the water because they have those tools and the ability. And I stood and helped watch over them in case any evidence was recovered in the ditch.
Was any evidence recovered?
No, it was not.
Okay. And was there water flowing in that ditch that's on the property at that time?
Yes, there was.
If I could have just a moment here. Thank you, officer. No further questions, sir.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let's start this afternoon with where you left off with Mr. Wren, which was the search warrant on the Bonnell residence.
Okay.
You were dispatched to the Bonnell residence after being at the Phillips 66 gas station because human remains were located on the property.
Correct.
You were a field evidence technician at the time.
Yes.
You were present to assist with the search of the property and identifying any items that could have potential evidentiary value.
Correct.
And as we saw, that also included within Mr. Bonnell's bedroom.
Yes.
And it was you and Deputy Johnson?
Yes.
And you also searched carefully throughout Mr. Bonnell's bedroom for any weapons, as we saw?
Yes.
That included areas of the closet?
Yes.
But it also included nightstands within the bedroom?
Yes.
And dressers?
Yes.
And in Mr. Bonnell's nightstands and dressers of his bedroom, you located a total, or you and Detective Johnson, you located a total of 10 knives.
Correct.
And you identified those items as knives, but one of them was actually scissors.
Okay.
You took a picture of them?
Yes.
Would you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Here at this time, I'm going to show Mr. Remesman marked as Defense Exhibit SS. And ma'am, you recognize that picture, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize it because you took it?
Yes.
And you took that picture of all the knives that you located in Mr. Bonnell's bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a fair and accurate representation of all the knives that you located in Mr. Bonnell's bedroom?
In his bedroom, yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd move to admit Defense Exhibit SS and request to publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
SS is admitted.
Can you see it okay, or is the glare?
Yeah, I have it in front of me as well.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Feel free to look at it in front of you too. Okay. So as we count here, we see 9 different knives, correct?
Yes.
So the 10th one would be the scissors, which I believe is the third from the left.
Correct.
So there's 9 total knives, correct?
Correct.
And they are in a variety of sizes.
Yes.
Meaning also the blades range from smaller to pretty large.
Yes.
And those items were collected into evidence as well.
Yes.
Thank you. We saw the lunch pail or lunchbox on the south portion of the garage in Mr. Bonnell's property a moment ago.
Yes.
You located that on February 16th?
Correct.
And you arrived on the property sometime around noon?
About 4:30 I arrived.
4:30 in the afternoon?
Yes.
You were the first one to locate this lunchbox?
Myself and a sergeant from Larimer County. He had information that there were specifically items belonging to the defendant inside that garage and where they were and a description of them. So I went with him because I had the camera and I was on the evidence team, so I photographed it for evidentiary purposes while he helped me search it since he had prior knowledge of what was there.
So when you found it, you already had a preconceived notion as to who that lunchbox belonged to?
Yes.
But you didn't see who was near the lunchbox or with the lunchbox leading up to or before your arrival?
No, I did not.
Did you swab the lunchbox for any DNA evidence?
I did not.
Did you take any latent fingerprints off the lunchbox?
No, I did not.
What about any of the items in the within the lunchbox?
I did not. That's not something I would do on scene. We don't have the ability to, we can swab DNA, but when we're collecting the entire item, it's better to do it at the lab in a controlled environment.
You're a field evidence technician, correct?
Yes.
As you said, you can swab the items?
Yes, I could.
And you can also lift fingerprints from items?
Yes.
And you didn't do that for either the lunchbox or the items inside?
Correct.
The box of ammunition that you found inside the lunchbox was not the only box of ammunition you found on the property?
Correct.
It was also not the only box of yellow and green characteristics that you located on the property?
Correct.
You also located a yellow and green box of Remington 22 long range long rifle ammunition on the fridge of Mr. Bonnell's kitchen.
Correct.
And visually, the two boxes, meaning the one on top of Mr. Bonnell's kitchen fridge and the one in the lunchbox, they visually appeared the same.
Yes, they did.
Inside of Mr. Bonnell's bedroom, you had the assistance of both Sergeant Smith and Deputy Johnson.
Yes.
While in Mr. Bonnell's bedroom, the three of you found many pairs of boots.
Yes.
And while locating the boots in Mr. Bonnell's bedroom, one of the pairs was a Doc Marten black boot.
Yes, in size 13.
That was going to be my next question. And you remember that well because that size 13 comment, because you learned that there was a similar boot print found at the scene where Mr. Sessions' body was located in Larimer County.
Yes.
Mr. Wren talked to you a moment ago about your work on searching the outside of the Bonnell residence, specifically the ditch that runs on the property.
Yes.
And you indicated that you were assisting Greeley firefighters because they had the appropriate tools to search a ditch.
Yes.
And you didn't.
Correct.
And that included the ability to turn off the water.
I am not aware of that, but that would make sense.
And because they were able to do that, a black plastic similar to what was located on the roof and floor of an outdoor shower was located.
Yes.
And that black plastic was not consistent with what was inside the first Conex box on the property.
Correct.
Nothing else of value was located in that ditch.
Correct.
You also had the pleasure of going into a chicken coop to search.
Yes.
And you searched that carefully.
Yes.
And you did not find anything of evidentiary value.
Correct.
And you had even the more distinct pleasure of searching the porta potty.
Yes.
And you searched that carefully.
Yes.
And again, nothing of any kind of evidentiary value was located.
Correct.
Your Honor, can we have a brief Bluetooth conference?
Sure.
Thank you. So now let's talk about your interactions with Mr. Eastman earlier the morning of February 16th.
Okay.
Mr. Eastman had just been arrested by Deputy Robbins with the Larimer County Sheriff's Department.
Sergeant Robbins, yes.
Sergeant Robbins, excuse me. And the custody of Mr. Eastman was given to you, as we heard, because you had the appropriate vehicle.
Yes.
And Mr. Eastman was entirely cooperative with you.
Yes, he was.
You, in fact, noted that he appeared very relaxed.
Yes.
And you had him in the back of your patrol vehicle for approximately 2 minutes.
At one point, I sat in my front seat for about 2 minutes while he was in the back seat.
Okay, so your interaction with him in the vehicle, though, was brief.
Yes, very.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. Ms. Devereaux was asking you about some black plastic that was found by the fire department in that ditch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that actually submerged in the water?
I don't remember.
Okay. In any event, was that black plastic consistent with the clear visqueen plastic that we know Heather Frank was wrapped in?
Not at all.
Okay. You were asked in cross-examination about a box of Remington .22 caliber long rifle ammunition that was found on the on top of the refrigerator inside the kitchen area of Mr. Bonnell's house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you look inside that box?
Yes, I did.
Was it missing any bullets?
No, it was not.
So the box was completely full?
Yes, it was.
By contrast, did you have an opportunity to look inside the box of Remington .22 caliber long rifle ammunition that was found inside the lunchbox that we saw in the picture?
Yes, it was quickly apparent it was missing some of the bullets.
Okay. And as far as you know, were those the only two boxes of Remington style .22 caliber ammunition found in the house?
Yes.
Or in the garage?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any recross on those limited issues?
Yes, briefly, please. Deputy Vessels, Mr. Wren just asked you about the differences in the number of ammunition from the box on the refrigerator compared to the lunchbox.
Yes.
And you said that the bullets in the lunchbox had less ammunition.
Yes.
But again, because you weren't there until 4:30 in the afternoon on February 16th, you don't know how those bullets got in the lunchbox.
Correct.
You don't know who put them there.
Correct.
You don't know if that box of ammunition was once on Mr. Bonnell's fridge as well.
Correct.
Okay, one moment, please.
Sure.
Mr. Wren was also asking you about the plastic in the ditch.
Yes.
And I had asked you previously if the water had been turned off at the ditch, and you said you didn't recall.
Yes.
Would refresh your recollection to review a report from one of your colleagues at the time, Deputy Jeffrey Meadows.
Yes, it would. I have never seen his report before.
Okay. This is going to be supplement number 10, what page?
It's in the bottom.
Where am I looking?
Yes. So the question is whether this report refreshes your own individual memory as opposed to reading another officer's report.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object as to beyond the scope of redirect.
Your Honor, it's not. He asked about the plastic in the ditch.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll point your direction. We'll point you to this right here.
Please let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, that refreshes my recollection of what I saw when I was there.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, the water for the ditch was shut off.
Yes.
Okay.
There was still some running water in the bottom of the ditch, but the water was reduced in order to be able to search it better.
And that's why I'm objecting to beyond the scope.
I'll sustain that this is beyond the scope of what was asked by Mr. Wren.
So does the court want us just to recall him?
You could if you want to.
It'll be about that.
Any other questions for the officer?
No.
Ms. Devereaux? Anything else?
No.
Thank you. May she be excused from her subpoena for the prosecution?
She may.
And you may be recalled by the defense. Thank you for your time. Next witness. I'm sorry, there's a question? I apologize. Officer, there's a question from the jurors. I was looking, I couldn't see one. Sorry. Did you pass it down here? Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, officer, there's 3 questions that I have approved. And the first question reads as follows. Who provided you with the, quote, prior knowledge, end quote, of the defendant's belongings in the detached garage?
That was the Larimer County, I believe it's Sergeant Smith, who went in there with me.
Thank you. Next question. Do you know how that individual obtained that information?
I do not know.
Next question. What brand of cigarettes were found on Mr. Eastman when he was arrested on February 16, 2020?
I do not know.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Mr. Wren?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Devereaux?
No.
Thank you. We appreciate your time. Next witness. My understanding is that this should be a short witness. Depending on how things go, we will probably finish with this next witness, possibly a second, depending on where we're at. Okay?
People call Jeremy Coleman to the stand.
Good afternoon. Thanks for waiting. If I can have you come around to the witness stand. And before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if you can please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Jeremy Coleman, Coleman.
Great, thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, are you a deputy with the Larimer County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And were you assisting in the investigation into the death of Scott Sessions in this case?
Yes, I was.
On the morning of February 16th of 2020, were you contacted by then Sergeant Donnie Robbins regarding or requesting your assistance?
Yes, I was.
What did he ask you to do?
That morning, he asked me to come out to Weld County to assist with conducting surveillance on a property off of County Road 45.
All right. And Troy Bonnell's property?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you responding from when he contacted you?
My residence in Berthoud, which is in Larimer County.
Okay. And so did you immediately get ready and head that direction?
I did, and there had been conversation ahead of time that we would likely go assist that morning, but then he said, hey, I need you out here sooner than we had anticipated, and I started heading that way.
All right. As you headed towards Weld County, or more specifically the Kersey area of Weld County, off of Highway 34, did you receive additional information from Donnie Robbins?
Shortly after I left my house and was in my sheriff's office vehicle, I was listening to the radio, and I heard radio traffic of him making contact with Mr. Eastman at a gas station.
And did you then respond to that location instead?
I did. Initially, I started responding to Mergen as he was in contact, and then as it kind of resolved, I continued in a normal fashion.
Okay. When you say emergent, do you just mean lights and sirens?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the gas station in Kersey?
Approximately 9:30.
Okay. On the morning of the 16th?
Yes, sir.
And did you see Mr. Eastman at that location at that time?
Eventually.
Where did you see him?
He was in the back seat of a Weld County marked vehicle.
Okay. And did you contact Mr. Eastman there?
I did.
And did you take custody of him from the Weld County Sheriff's deputy?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with him?
So we removed him from the back of the Weld County patrol vehicle. He was in restraints behind his back, and since we had to travel to Larimer County, I removed those restraints and put him in what we would call a belly belt, or a belt where the restraints would be placed in front, just for the longer trip duration. So I changed those restraints to something a little bit more comfortable, frankly. Did a pat search of his person to check for any other weapons for myself. I know that had been done. But since I was taking custody of him to transport, I did a pat search of him before.
Is that standard protocol anytime you're going to place somebody in a vehicle with you?
It is, especially since I wasn't present at the initial contact, and just know for myself that he doesn't have any other weapons or that he doesn't have anything that would hurt me.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. When you conducted that pat search, did you make any note of anything on his person?
I did. He had cash in both front pant pockets. As we're at the gas station there, I didn't pull that out to count it there. I noted that he had cash and change in one of the pockets. He additionally had like cigarettes and a lighter in his shirt pocket, but I left all those things in his pockets for the transport.
Okay. Did you dig inside his pockets with your hands?
I pulled slightly. I kind of pulled some of the cash out and said, hey, this is a wad of cash. I could feel that there was change below that, but I didn't take everything out of the pocket or reach all the way to the bottom of the pocket, if that's what you're asking.
All right. Did you then transport him to the Larimer County Sheriff's Office in Fort Collins?
Yes, I did, directly.
All right. When you got to the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, what did you do?
So I walked him from the parking lot into an interview room in our office and had him sat in that room. Once I was in that interview room, knowing that he still had items in his pockets, at that time I went through and did a complete search of his pockets.
What did you find?
He had a large, I would say wad, I didn't count the amounts, but he had a large wad of cash in his right pocket, front pants pocket, and his left front pants pocket, he had another wad of cash, and there was change in that pocket. I pulled the change out. I found that there was also some .22 caliber shell casings in that pocket.
What did you do with those items?
I placed those items along with his hat and other property outside of that interview room. And I noted that the shell casings I hadn't felt upon, that first pat search because they were mixed with change in it, small caliber. But I noted that there was a couple unspent shell casings and several spent shell casings.
Okay. And when you say a couple and several, do you know the exact number of each?
I do. There was 2 spent .22 caliber casings and 3 live .22 caliber.
When you say a spent shell casing, for those that may not be familiar with guns or ammunition, what does that mean?
It's just the casing where the gunpowder is, but the bullet has been expended or likely shot through a weapon already, and that's just the casing that's left over without the projectile.
All right. And I'm sorry, what did you do with the spent and live rounds after you pulled them out of his pocket?
So all of that went, I just had his hat that I had taken off his head, and I just kind of put everything in that spot and placed that next to other items I had transported from the gas station. They were taken upon his arrest, put those on a counter, and I stayed there until Investigator Horwitz assisted in logging those or collecting those from me.
Let's talk about those other items for a moment. Did you receive some items from Donnie Robbins that he had removed from Mr. Eastman prior to your arrival?
I did. One of the first things that I noticed when I got to the gas station was that there was Mr. Eastman's car was next to the gas pumps, and there was a gas can, wallet, sheath knife, and cell phone kind of in that area. Sergeant Robbins told me that those were taken from Mr. Eastman and that we needed to collect them. He actually placed them in bags, but then put them in my vehicle so that I could transport those along with Mr. Eastman to the sheriff's office. So once we got to the office, I did that process where I walked Mr. Eastman into the interview room, collected those things out of his pockets and placed them along with those other things brought from the gas station.
Okay. What did you later do with those items after you had removed them from your vehicle and from Mr. Eastman?
So all of that got transferred custody, or I basically gave those items to Investigator Horwitz to log into our evidence.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
At the time of Mr. Eastman's arrest, Investigator Atwood had already been identified as the lead detective, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And he was the one who's going to be interviewing Mr. Eastman in the interview room, correct?
That's what I was advised that day. Yes, ma'am.
Along with Investigator Myatt.
Yes.
And you advised Investigator Atwood and Investigator Myatt about the items that you collected from Mr. Eastman's person?
I did.
Including the casings, correct?
I believe so.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You're welcome to step down. May he be discharged from his subpoena?
You may.
Ms. Morris?
Your Honor, we'd ask that he remain on our subpoena.
Thank you. I know there's been a witness, but that's been waiting outside. Let's call the next witness and see how far we can get.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Deputy Horwitz to the stand. Aaron. I was hoping you weren't going to ask me because I temporarily forgot.
Good afternoon. Thank you for waiting. If I can please have you come to the witness stand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. And once you're settled in, if you can please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Aaron, A-R-O-N, Horwitz, H-O-R-W-I-T-Z.
Great, thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being with us all afternoon. I apologize that it's taken so long. Are you a deputy with the Larimer County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
Did you participate in the investigation into the death of Scott Sessions?
I did.
At the outset of that investigation, were you involved in obtaining cell phone records from Verizon for cell phone numbers, associated with Kevin Eastman and Heather Frank?
Yes, I did.
How do you go about doing that?
I drafted a order of production of records and based on information gained at the time, and then had them signed by a judge, and then they were served upon Verizon.
Okay. And does Verizon get those turned around pretty quick?
Yes.
And did you receive those records shortly after you requested them?
I did.
Okay. I want to then fast forward later that next week, specifically February 16th of 2020. On that date, were you on duty?
Yes.
And were you notified that Kevin Eastman had been arrested and was being transported to the Larimer County Sheriff's Office by Deputy Jeremy Coleman?
I was.
Did you have a role in interacting with Mr. Eastman after he was interviewed?
I did.
What was that role?
I photographed him photographed what he was wearing, and I then collected items, his clothing, and then the butcher paper that he was standing on.
All right, and is that somewhat standard operating procedure in a case like this?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked by applications, People's Exhibits 101 through 105. Joseph, if you could take a moment and review those. Have you had an opportunity to review each of those photographs?
Yes.
And are those photographs that you took of the defendant Kevin Eastman on after his interview was completed on February 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of what he looked like on that date?
Yes, it is.
People would offer Exhibits 101 through 105 inclusive into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
101 through 105 inclusive are admitted into evidence.
And do you see the person that you photographed on that day present in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing and where he's seated, please?
I see that that table right there, he's wearing glasses and a dark shirt and I believe gray trousers.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Very well.
Did you also speak to Deputy Coleman and receive some items from him about that same time?
I did.
What did you receive from Deputy Coleman?
I received items that were on Mr. Eastman at the time that he was contacted in Kersey and brought over to the sheriff's office.
And did Deputy Coleman transfer custody of those items to you at that time?
He did.
What did you receive from Deputy Coleman?
I received a knife, a Bic lighter, the boot, a gas can, and 2 spent shell casings from a .22 and 3 live rounds of .22.
Okay. May I approach her?
Yes.
Pull the mic down a little bit, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Handing you several items, and we're going to go through them one at a time. So if we could start by having you look at what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 169, which is the long rectangular box. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
This is a knife, an Essie knife and a sheath that is sealed with evidence tape, and my initials are on the tape.
Is that the knife that you received from Deputy Coleman on the 16th of February?
Yes.
Okay, and did you log it into evidence?
I did.
And does that item contain your initials and an indication that you were responsible for booking that into evidence?
Yes.
People would offer Exhibit 169 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
169 is admitted.
I'll take that from you. Next, if I can turn your attention to People's Exhibit, or what has been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 170. Did you find that item?
I did, sir.
And do you recognize it?
I do.
What is that item?
These are 2 spent .22 long rifle casings from Mr. Eastman's pocket.
Okay. And did you log those items into evidence?
I did.
And do they bear your badge number and initials indicating that you were responsible for booking those into evidence.
Yes.
People would offer Exhibit 170 in evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
170 is admitted.
If I could have you grab 171. Tell me if you recognize that item as well.
I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
This is the package that I sealed. My initials are on the top seal. It says that these are 3 live 22 long rifle cartridges.
When you say cartridges, do you mean live rounds?
Yes, live rounds.
Okay. In other words, bullets that have not been shot.
Correct.
Okay. And were those the items that you received from Deputy Coleman on the 16th as well?
Yes.
And were those logged into evidence under the unique Larimer County Sheriff's Office case number?
Yes.
People would offer Exhibit 171 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
171 is admitted.
And then looking at 172, do you recognize that item?
I do.
And is that a Bic lighter that was also transferred to you from Deputy Coleman on that date?
Yes.
And was that logged into evidence by yourself under that same case number?
Yes, it is.
And does that packaging bear your initials as well?
Yes, it does at the top.
People would offer Exhibit 172 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
172 is admitted.
Okay. All right. Showing you what's been labeled as People's Exhibit 173.
Okay, up here. Yep.
Do you recognize 173?
I do.
What is it?
In the package is a red gas can, a red plastic gas can.
Okay. And was that also an item transferred to you by Deputy Coleman on February 16th of 2020?
It is.
And does that item also bear your initials indicating that you were responsible for booking it into evidence on that date?
It does on the top.
All right. People would offer Exhibit 173 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
173 is admitted. You can put that down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. You also indicated that you received a boot or two, one boot or two boots?
I believe he was wearing boots.
A pair of boots?
Yes.
Okay, so two boots?
Yes.
From Deputy Coleman?
Yes.
Correct? And those had been removed from Mr. Eastman after he'd been transported to the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, is that correct? And did you log those into evidence?
I did.
And do you recall what evidence item number were given to those boots?
No.
Okay.
I'd have to review the
Would it assist you to refresh your memory by looking at the evidence log in this case?
Yes.
Providing a copy of that evidence list with Larimer County Sheriff's Office in it. You can just take a look at that and tell me if your memory is refreshed as to the evidence item number under which you logged the boots in this case.
While he's looking, could the parties go on Bluetooth?
Sure.
We're going to be done just in a couple of minutes. Mr. Wren, welcome to continue.
Thank you.
I'm trying to avoid the witness having to drive all the way back here for just a couple of minutes tomorrow morning, so I hope you understand.
Is your memory refreshed as to the evidence item tag for the boots that you received from Deputy Coleman?
Yes.
And what was that?
Pair of Carolina boots. AJH 25 is the right boot and 26 is the left boot.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm showing you what has previously been admitted, I believe, as People's Exhibit 196. Is that one of the boots? Is that a photograph of one of the boots of Kevin Eastman that you received from Deputy Coleman on the 16th?
Yes.
Your Honor, was that previously admitted?
It was through Ms.
Fedak. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination? And for the record, the parties have stipulated for the admission of exhibits TT, UU, VV, WW, and XX. So those exhibits are admitted into evidence. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you. So one of the items collected by Captain Coleman and Sergeant Robbins when Mr. Eastman was arrested was his wallet, correct?
Yes.
And that was given to you?
Yes.
And you went through his wallet?
Yes, I did.
Inventoried the contents?
By photograph, yes.
And based on those contents, it appeared to be his wallet, correct?
Yes. I believe there was driver's licenses found inside.
Okay, so identifications with his name and photograph?
Yes.
And as well as credit cards with his name on them?
Yes.
In addition to, and there was also cash in the wallet, correct?
Yes, there was.
$43 cash?
There was two different items that I collected. One was a substantial amount and one was a smaller amount.
Yes. So there were $43 cash in just the wallet?
Yes.
And the other amount of cash, the substantial amount of cash, was a total of $1,375.74.
Yes.
And that was in assorted bills and coins?
Yes.
And you collected that
Yes,
cash? And then you also collected the items of clothing that Mr. Eastman was wearing?
Yes.
At the time. That included a Marines baseball cap?
Yes.
A flannel shirt?
Yes.
A black T-shirt?
Yes.
And brown Carhartt work pants, correct?
Yes.
All right. If I could just approach briefly with Exhibit TT, UU, VV, WW, and XX. That also included boots that he was wearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just make sure it's clear it's defense.
So may I approach with these defense exhibits?
Sure.
Ms. Morse, if I could ask you to retrieve the exhibit list that is still up there. Thank you.
Oh,
See it.
Oh, did I? Did you give it back? Oh. Yeah, forget it.
If you could just very briefly tell us, starting with Defense Exhibit TT, what's inside that? And I'll be asking so we can get out of here that we can publish these at a later time.
Okay.
Could you tell me what's in Exhibit TT?
TT is a red and black flannel shirt, size 3XL.
Thank you. And UU? And I can take that from you.
UU is a black T-shirt, size large.
And VV?
VV is a one pair Carhartt 35 by 34 brown pants.
WW?
Is a black baseball cap with Marines written on the front.
I think that makes sense.
Yes, ma'am. Is the right Carolina boot.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thanks. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I'm also going to be requesting to publish, but we can do that in the morning.
Great. Any questions from the jury? Okay, you're welcome to step down. May he be excused, discharged from his subpoena for the prosecution?
He may.
Is he still is he possibly recalled by the defense?
I'd ask to keep him on our subpoena, please.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome to step down. We're going to be in recess for the day. Again, I appreciate your flexibility. Staying a little bit late, I hope it made sense to you. We're going to be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, please don't discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss this trial with you, let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about this case outside of the courtroom. And finally, it's especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, you're welcome to be seated. Let's see, we're outside the presence of the jury. Any other issues before we reassess for the day?
Judge, what do you want us to do with all this?
I think once it's admitted, we're responsible for it, so we'll put it in a secured facility here at the courthouse. Anything that's not admitted, it's your responsibility. And so I prefer that you take it and not leave it in the courtroom. Well, you could store it in the clerk's office if you like, but ultimately it's your responsibility. So, does that work?
That's fine. Do you want assistance moving it?
I can help Cheryl. And if you can give me those, yeah, we'll recharge those. If you're willing to do some useful public service, I'll take your help.
Sure. Yeah. Do the bags that we've been using, are they big enough for all those items? Justin, do you think the items that they just admitted will fit in the bags that you brought?
It was just those.
That is related to evidence.
As in repackaging it right now. Yeah, I don't think it's this one right here, right?
Yeah, it's just, so the ones that we just did, there may be
So I got two different sizes. I don't care at all. I've only got
I think it's.
not a new item. We can categorize by.
Those guys, yeah. I only have like a picture of that.
Early next, first part of next week. I'm not sure if it's Monday or Tuesday or.
to like have movie time going into the.
okay if he sits with you today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My candy candy. Counting out these Werthers.
Well, I'll take one.
Do I have to go ahead and make here? No, that's why.
Oh, that's. I hate going there because the line is always like, and then you have to like everything huge, and I don't do it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
You said the seal? Yeah. Not this one, though. Yeah, this one, no, this is seal. Yeah, we're good. This is. You just said it. Yep. There's nothing behind you, right? No. Nope. No? Nothing on the board? Have you seen the board?
But the answer is you need to do it. Yeah. It's not. Yeah. I don't need a first aid kit. So most of them like older.
Oh, yeah. Because that's there.
She would go, I was like, oh, your grade. She wouldn't know. But like there was like 5 or 7 before us that wouldn't go. So I think that might have been it. But meanwhile, my older was my daughter. She walked up and she can do a lot of wrong. I'm like, the rest of them are literally being from staring. And I got off because I thought if I leave her, she'll be scared. So I leave when I put my 2 fingers and then she jumps to the door down the road. Like the shoulder hits me and I go crying. That was just when I was on the stand, she just kind of Both sides are present, and we are here on the defense motion. Help me out. I know what you're moving to exclude the videos. I just don't remember the number or what exactly you termed it.
Your Honor, if you will allow me, before Mr. Wheeler makes an argument, I would just like to put something on the record.
Sure.
Okay. And that is, the state is objecting to a hearing on the exclusion or any sort of hearing on the videos or the photographs today or on Monday. And the reason, Your Honor, is that on, I guess it was Thursday or Friday, when we were in court, the defense said they wanted to have a hearing on this right away. They wanted to have a hearing right away because Mr. Secor had worked all weekend on the photographs and they wanted it done right away. And that's not a legal reason to have a hearing on this now. And in fact, Your Honor, the state believes that having a hearing on these issues now, prior to trial, would lead this court into reversible error. There are a lot of photographs in this case because there are 17 murder victims.
Okay.
All right? So, as you know, you've been a trial lawyer and you've been a judge for many years. Photograph evidence, the determination of its admissibility is based on relevance.
Right.
Okay? You cannot determine relevance in a vacuum. So, to have a hearing today on the admissibility on this evidence, whether they're videos today or photographs on Monday, cannot be determined in a vacuum. It has to be determined after listening to evidence that's presented at trial and testimony that's presented at trial. For example, the medical examiner. As you know, the medical examiner will testify that a photograph will aid the medical examiner in describing the injuries and the cause of death. And this court, or any court, would make a ruling on the admissibility and relevance of that photograph based upon what the medical examiner said. There is nothing for this court to rule on right now because, quite frankly, it hasn't been presented with any evidence or any trial testimony. And to make a ruling in a vacuum could lead this court into error. And it will be an issue on appeal. Furthermore, if this court were to indulge the defense and make a ruling, it wouldn't be the only ruling that this court would make on the evidence. Because as evidence came in during the trial, the defense would ask this court to revisit its prior ruling. And so, in fact, this court would be making multiple rulings on the same piece of evidence that the defense is asking the court to rule on today and Monday. So it's the state's position, Your Honor, that you cannot make a ruling on the admissibility of the video clips or the photographs without placing them in their proper context. And the context is the testimony of witnesses produced by the state at trial. This is the state's evidence. And frankly, there's no testimony here. The defense is asking you to make a ruling. We believe it's potentially leading you into error to make rulings on the admissibility of evidence without putting it into any context. Because what are you going to base your ruling on? An ask? It's improper. So it is premature, Your Honor, to make a ruling now under these circumstances. And they will ask again, if you were to make a ruling today, they will ask again for you to revisit it. We had a meeting with the defense last week where we had given them a list of all the photographs. We didn't give them the photographs, they already had them, but we gave them a list of the photographs that we had that we were contemplating using in trial. And we told them that if they wanted to discuss any of the photographs regarding their admissibility, if they had any problems with them, we would talk about it. And rather than do that, they decided that they wanted to move and object basically wholesale to all of the photographs and the videos. They filed a motion this morning moving to exclude them. And this is an issue that will continue to come up. To address this issue now is an anomaly. In all the years, and I only speak for myself, Your Honor, I can't speak for the other lawyers in this room or the other judges in this courthouse. And I've never seen a case where the judge made a ruling prior to trial out of context without the benefit of a medical examiner or without the benefit of a witness to explain why a piece of evidence is relevant, whether it's a photograph or anything else, and for a court to rule on its admissibility, that the court would rule prior to trial. On a motion to suppress, you would hear the testimony of an arresting officer or somebody who took the statement. You wouldn't just look at the statement and say it's in or it's out. You would have to hear evidence. And it's the same thing with the photographs, Your Honor. And just to put it in context, if you allow me to finish.
Sure.
There are a lot of photographs because there are a lot of victims. We have crime scene photographs